Coventry and Warwickshire, or BBC CWR, as it's been rebranded. It's so lovely to see so many of you here this early. I'm sure some of you are still nursing a few heavy heads after England's wonderful semi-final. We're going to win, aren't we, tomorrow?
Yes.
Absolutely. Come on, England! It's coming. I'm not allowed to sing. But it is absolutely wonderful. I love Coventry. Those of you who may know me, I wasn't born here, but it's been my home for over 45 years. And I'm so excited that we are a city of culture. And you're going to have a fantastic day today. There are some incredible speakers. And just, it's great to get conversations going, and that's what this is all about. So welcome to the Big Tent Ideas Festival. It's the first time I've done it, but I've heard about it a lot of times, and I'm absolutely delighted that we are hosting this for Coventry. So without further ado, you're going to meet and hear from the Big Tent Ideas Festival founder, George, in just a moment. But can I just introduce, first of all, the man who I've got incredible respect for. You know, I've had battles with him on the radio about City of Culture and all its relevance before it actually came here. And I've been blown away about what the City of Culture has done to this beautiful, great city, which is the best city in the world, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so without further ado, Martin Sutherland, who's Chief Executive of the City of Culture Trust. Can we please round of applause?
Thank you very much, and I'm just going to be very briefly, just as a welcome. Isn't this glorious? We promised that we would bring joy and happiness to the city, and I'm so proud that we've been able to do that so early in our tenure of City of Culture. But we're particularly pleased to be hosting the Big Tent Festival as part of our UK City of Culture year, because we were very clear from the offset that also, as well as having joyful moments and great entertainment, we wanted to tackle or help tackle some of the big issues in this city, throw a spotlight on that and ensure that resources are shared across the city to those who can do some problem solving. So it's wonderful to have George and the team bringing the Big Tent Festival here. For those who are here in person but also online, we really encourage you to actively engage, but also engage in everything that Coventry has to offer. It's an amazing city of welcome, peace, reconciliation, sanctuary, and now the UK City of Culture. So thank you for being with us today. Thank you, George and the team, for coming, and do have an amazing day with us.
Well, can I start by thanking you all for coming? You know, politics is 10% inspiration and 90% attendance. And it's really important, if you want to make a difference, you have to go to the thing. You have to be there. And we've sold, I think, 600 odd tickets today, and it's really nice that you've come and you're here at the beginning. I'm going to say three things. A little bit about what the Big Tent really is, because you're probably wondering. A little bit about what this festival here today is really all about and why we wanted to be here in Coventry. And a little bit about what we're trying to do as a foundation to enhance British politics, as I hand over to my great friend and colleague, Penny Mordaunt, who has just written a brilliant book about culture and identity in Britain, and will speak about some of the things that we're doing. So let me first of all, what is the Big Tent? Well, we started it in 2010. It is basically a group of people who, in 2017, came together after the horrific collapse, really, of political civic culture in this country through the referendum. And if that seems like too strong a word, I'm not making a point about which way you voted. Penny was a Brexiteer, I was a Remainer. It's not that. It's that Jo Cox was murdered. An MP was actually murdered in the middle of a referendum. And if that isn't a wake-up call to the dangers of allowing rampant, violent, extremist language to become mainstream, to abandon the protocols of being able to have a civilized debate between people of different opinions, I don't know what it was. And so the Big Tent was put together by people shocked by that moment, worried that the Brexit revolution, I think that's not too big a word for what it was, it's still playing out to be defined, and Penny and I are working in Parliament and government to define it in a way that can unify and inspire. We came together, a group of us from left and right, if I can put it like this, as appalled by the sort of hard new Marxism on the left as the new nationalism on the right. Similarly, equally appalled by the extremes on left and right, but not squidgy centrists who just want to sit around. We came together as people with a deep belief that our politics is failing, our institutions are creaking, our structures, from our motorways to our hospitals, to our public services, to our democratic institutions, held alive by brilliant and inspired people, but institutions that have been neglected. And we felt that there is a majority in this country of people who no longer want to belong to a political party, but boy, do they want to make a difference. And they, first of all, want to make a difference to the people and places they love. And that people and place comes before party, and politics, even good party politics, needs to create the space for people to throw the love they have for that which they care about. And a politics that crushes that spirit, that makes you all slaves to the big latest government announcement or the big machine, ain't going to work. And worse than that, it'll fuel deep disillusionment. So that's really what the Big Tent was put together to do. What are we actually? We're a not-for-profit foundation. We've just received charitable status. And we have a festival operation. We basically do three things. One, we take our convening power, this extraordinary insistence that people can come together from different traditions and challenge the big issues. There are no rules here apart from being polite, being civic, and explaining your case. So we have soapbox pitches for youngsters, speaker's corner. If the idea is bold, come here and you get a free ticket and you can present it. So we're first and foremost a foundation committed to regeneration, renewal, to creating that space where that civic appetite and demand for change and reform can take shape and have a voice. And we're going around the country to people and places that have been left behind by the old politics. And it's great to be here in Coventry, a city that has been at the forefront of the Industrial Revolution. It's had to reinvent itself at least 5 times, most recently, famously, after the war. Now again, it's reinventing itself on the front line of green growth. So we're here not by accident, but because Coventry, it seems to us, is a symbol of that spirit of regeneration. And we've got plans over the next 3 years. We're going to County Durham, we're going down to Bristol, we're going to go up to Scotland. We're going around the country to spread this message of hope. Second thing, we have a group of entrepreneurial backers, people who've been successful and who believe that with success comes a privilege to put something back. They're probably being tapped up by party donors. They've said, no, I don't want to fund a political party, I want to fund this. And we're putting together a range of projects. There's something for everyone in here, folks, from the annual Big Tent Social Entrepreneur of the Year Award, to the annual Big Tent Lecture, to the Mentor and Support a Social Entrepreneur in Your Patch, through to leadership summits, right up to investing in railway regeneration companies, station hubs, actually physically investing in making change happen. So a range of projects, and we work with a range of partners, both private investors and charities, to make stuff happen. And we've launched already 3 or 4 projects, one of them the Bridge of Hope, giving people hard to reach, marginalised, unemployed folks, job seekers, a chance to actually access work just by bridging charities with employers. So we've spawned projects, and in the next 3 years, we're going to be funding them. And lastly, crucially, we create a space where politicians, Penny and I are both Conservatives, but yesterday and today we're joined by Stephen Kinnock and Liam Byrne and Layla Moran and people from no political party at all. The way I described it to Penny last night, in this week of sport, I'm more of a rugby guy than a football guy, but to me this is...
What?
Wait. For the first time this week, I found myself putting the England flag up in my window.
Oh.
And I've always been a bit nervous about the England flag, particularly as a Tory. I think it's unfortunately been hijacked, and I think it has spoken to me of hooliganism and sort of petty English nationalism. And I think what Southgate has done and what that team have done, nurturing a talented young squad, bringing them up in a spirit of unity, they just want to wear the shirt. Yeah. They're not egomaniacs, and he's written a beautiful piece, if you haven't read it yesterday, a note to the nation about what they're really trying to do. And we're trying to create a space where politicians from proudly different traditions can come together, not to merge into some squidgy consensus in the middle, but to inspire each other, to give each other the confidence, and we go back to Parliament full of the energy that you give us to be a bit bolder, to drive the change, and to act more in the spirit of Joe Cox, and to make sure that that legacy isn't just spoken to, it's actually lived in our politics. So thank you for coming, thank you for being part of it. We have an amazing programme. It's designed like any music festival. You can pick which gigs, which acts you want to go and see. You can go into this, and there's a 10-minute break, so you can hop around. I have to say, I'm afraid the programme is so good that this is slightly out of date. Please go on the website. Please go on the Big Tent website and have a look, because you've got a whole range of new speakers that have come in since this was printed. And can I just finally thank our sponsors. Putting on a gig like this costs the thick end of 150, 200 grand, and you've paid a little bit in your tickets, for which thank you, but most of it's come from our sponsors. So thank you to the Eleanor Crook Foundation, to Radix, to Finn, to Cadent, to the NHSA, the Halo Trust, and Game Wagon, who have helped to really make this a day that I hope at the end of you will leave having thought you didn't waste your time, but more importantly, I hope you'll leave slightly inspired that politics at the moment may be in a fragile state, but there is hope. And with your engagement, Penny and I and others can help channel that hope into some real change.
Thank you, George. And good morning, everyone. I'm afraid I'm going to irritatingly start with some audience participation. And those tuning in from home, please feel free to take part. I want you to put your hands up if you are new to Big Tent. Thank you.
Brilliant.
Anyone here consider themselves to be a veteran of Big Tent? Excellent. And who is from the local area? Fabulous, fabulous. Anyone a member of a political party? Anyone volunteer for an organisation other than a political party on a regular basis? Anyone served in the armed forces? Anyone worked for the blue light services? Fabulous. And is there anyone who regularly gives to charity here? Yeah, I thought so, I thought so. And who will be watching the final on Sunday? Actually, I'm not so sure I will, because, to be frank, Wednesday was just too traumatic. And I think I was saying to George, I may have to be sedated for the final. It is true, as an English football supporter, it's not the defeats, it's the hope that kills you. And I was thinking there was quite a bit of a parallel between that and those emotions that we were all, I'm sure, going through on Wednesday, and politics. Because we know what the prize is. We know how the world and our communities can look. And we know how to do it. We know what needs to happen. We know the obstacles that we need to remove and how it can come together. But we also know enough that we're likely to mess that up. We're all aware of the political equivalence of England's penalty shootout history. We know our propensity in government to want to centralise everything and hang on to everything and not let people do their own thing. We're always limited by what's in the Treasury coffers. So we end up just having lots of round tables, or 12 high streets get funded, and never mind everyone else. We always commission services for packages of care or packages of something else, and squeeze out any innovation that, and quality that might come with that. And we can't legislate in Parliament fast enough to keep pace with science and business and do really what they need us to do to let them get on with it. So we all know the weaknesses. We all know why things don't happen. And as George mentioned, I've done a bit of research as to why we're like that as a nation, why we fail to capitalise on things. And in true play your cards right style, we asked 100 movers and shakers around the world what they thought of Britain, what they thought we were good at, what they thought we weren't so good at, and what we should be cracking on with. And the theme was that we have great potential, but we just fail to capitalise on it. We're a bit nostalgic, quite frankly. We like, George is a rugby fan, we pass the ball backwards in rugby. We researched this. I mean, we're in a beautiful vintage setting now. Go in any pub, it's all nostalgia, it's all vintage, we love old. We even discovered in our research that despite the fact we've got lots of ruins and castles and beautiful buildings, you can purchase for your own garden the Gothic Abbey ruin kit. Not much change from £3,000, but you can buy this for your garden. There's a huge market in this. It was sort of the Jacob Rees-Mogg of garden ornaments. It was sort of comparatively new, but channeling antiquity. And we have so much of that. That's part of our character. But the problem is, the world is changing. The world needs us in this country to modernise and pick up the pace a bit. And that's all very scary, but we need to do it. We need to reform Parliament. The majority of parliamentarians are not elected. And George is in favour of an elected upper house. I'm not. But I think we need to, we both agree it needs to be reformed. A lot of the seats in the Lords are reserved for men only because of the hereditary system. I'm sure you'll have lots of discussions today about how Whitehall needs to modernise and reform. We've got to think about the mutuality as well that binds us all together. If we're in favour of the United Kingdom, we ought to be able to say why that's a good idea. And we've also got to reform markets. More than 50% of venture capital investments never make any wealth at all. And we've had an enormous number of chief executives of major corporations over the last couple of years who've had to leave those positions because of ethical lapse. So we really need to reform, we need to modernise, and we need to do that to deliver, but also to keep the faith in the things that we believe in democracy or capitalism, because if those systems don't have people believe in them, they fail. They're like Tinkerbell's light. So we've really got to pick up the pace. We've really got to reform. And we've got people really worried about all sorts of things in the world. We've got people tearing down statues because they can't shape the future, so they want to reshape the past. We've got people worried about the pace of change. Their entire world has been Amazonked. They can't keep up even with the language that we use to describe things today. So those are some of the challenges that are facing us. And the question is, how do we bring people together? How do we create some national missions, which is what people from the left and the right are talking about, that will actually bring people together and unleash and unlock all that potential, get all of us, whatever sector we sit in, whatever we do, to know how we can contribute to that. And I think that's what we're really nostalgic for. It's not outside lavatories or scurvy. It's that sense of what we're about as a country and what we need to do and what's the way that we can contribute to that. And I think that your agenda today, that's candidates for national missions. And so what you're doing is going to be so exciting. And it needs to be cross-party as well, because unless we create some long-term national missions, I mean, I'm currently unpicking things that a Conservative government 10 years ago did. We can't operate like that. It's a waste of resource. We've got to create this for the long term. We've got to get buy-in. So how do we do that? Ta-da! Welcome to Big Tent. Because as well as doing all of those things, Big Tent does a fourth thing that George didn't mention. And that is it creates and amplifies and promotes hope, which is a necessary condition for that success. So thank you for believing in hope. Thank you for being optimists. The biggest divide in politics is between optimists and pessimists these days. It's not left and right. And I'm just going to finish by giving you something finally to think about. Because if I had the UK population in this tent and I'd asked them the same questions, they would have had similar response. More than 13 million Britons volunteer every single month. Why is it that they do that? When I became Secretary of State for International Development, I discovered that in 6 weeks, the British people had raised £30 million in donations to help the Rohingya fleeing terror from Myanmar. And in the time that I've been speaking to you, which sounds a very long time, but isn't really, British Rotarians will have vaccinated about 1,000 children from polio. Why? Why do we do that? Because that's what great nations do. And I want you to remember today, as you meet new people and network and share ideas, that outside of this tent is an army of people that want to follow your leadership. If you're here today, you're a leader and you're a promoter of hope. And I know you're going to have a fabulous day. Thank you.
Well, can anyone ask a question? Can I just say, I don't know about you, but I've been moved by a lot of things I've heard already. Thank you, Penny Mordaunt, MP, Paymaster General and MP for Portsmouth North, of course, George Freeman as well, founder of the Big Tent, and Martin Sutherland as well. I know the first session starts at 11, but is there any questions from the floor that anyone wants to have a quick question to any of our panelists? Oh, can you stand up? I know, It's really hard to...
Penny, I was just wondering on what you said there at the end, sort of overall discussion on international development. Could you support the decision by the Conservative government to cut the commitment to international spending to 0.5%? Is that interesting?
So the thing that winds me up about that is because the difference between 0.5 and 0.7 is neither here nor there. If we moved 1% of the money that is invested into the City of London into projects in developing nations, which would give a massive return, we know from CDC that we get a 7% annual return in sterling on those investments, we would overnight triple global aid flows, just us doing that. So obviously I would love the aid budget to be 0.7. I've been critical about how we've done that target and how it operates in the past, but I think we should be spending money on that. And I'm glad that it's now been said that that's a temporary cut. But actually, even 0.7 is not going to meet the global goals. We're supposed to deliver the global goals in 9 years' time. Currently, we're 150 years off doing that. So something else needs to change. And that's what I mean. We need to step up, we need to modernise and stop doing things in the way that we've been doing them in the past.
Thank you, Penny. And I'm sorry, there's quite a few people that want to ask a question, but thank you. My question is...
Mike.
Oh, sorry.
My question is, you're on about reform of the House of Parliament. To get confidence in politicians and politics itself and people to vote for you, how does that translate when you see politicians doing things? If I was a citizen, and I am, do that in my public life or home life, I'd be really, I'd be jail, behaviour, all of that. And it's kind of like there's a massive rule for you
And a massive rule for...
and there's nothing for us.
Thank you very much. I don't know if anyone heard that. How do we get confidence? We'll start with you. And Martin, please join in as well. How do we get confidence, George, in politicians when if we were doing some of the things they were doing, we would be hauled over the coals? How do... Yeah. Okay. Some people agreeing with that. Start with you, George, then Martin.
It's a great question, and it sits right at the heart of what Penny and I as elected MPs deal with and try and resolve every day. We were elected in 2010, and we put our hands up and volunteered to be spat at, so we're not asking for any sympathy about that. But I have never known such hatred as that first week of the 2010 campaign after expenses. There was a sort of literal, visceral anger and loathing, and it stopped after 7 days. When you went back to the House for the second time, people who the previous week had said, "Don't you even put 1 foot on my lawn, you scumbag. You," we were just standing for election. We'd never been in Parliament. We hadn't had any expenses. But you could feel the anger. And I think that anger still permeates. And that gentleman put his finger on it. 1 rule for them, 1 rule for us.
How do we change it, George?
So how do we change it? Firstly, we have to acknowledge it. We can't brush it under the table. Secondly, all of us, each of us as individuals, you can't hide behind a party and say, "Oh, well, I'm not in charge, I'm not the Prime Minister." All of us have a responsibility in the way we conduct ourselves. Funnily enough, that was exactly what Gareth Southgate said in his letter yesterday. And I hope you feel that Penny and I, in the same way that Liam and others are doing, if each of us raises our own game, the standard of the place rises. But there's a third bit of this. We've got to be tougher in enforcing our own standards in the House of Commons. We're appalling at it. It's run still like an old gentleman's club from 1860. Tuft and Bufton sort of didn't pay his bar bill. Somebody have a quiet word with him. Not good enough. If somebody breaks the rules, we're rule makers. We need to call it out before the public. And if we do that, I think public trust might start to return.
Penny?
I'm in agreement with that, and actually in the book we chart what we call the timeline of trust decay. And actually, it's not just politics, it's in many other walks of life as well. I mentioned ethical lapse of chief executives. And when you write it all down, it is phenomenal. And I think in addition to what George says, there are also just some very, very fundamental things. I mean, we are coming up to having to refurbish the House of Commons because it is falling down. But we've got to do that against the backdrop of all the challenges that we've got and all the other demands on public funds that are going on around the country. Just give you this one insight. If you go and visit the House of Commons, which of course you can't do at the moment, but hopefully in happier times when you do, we don't even provide a cover for people to stand under when they're queuing to come in. And that, to me, is a metaphor for how the building and how it operates and how it has been. And we need to completely change that. So I completely agree with the questioner, and there is an entire chapter in my book on reforming how we do these things.
I think what's interesting, and I think sorry, because we are running out of time because the first session does start, but I think what's interesting is what George mentioned about hope. And having Martin here, and the City of Culture here, and Coventry here, I am telling you, I, as a journalist, am very black and white, and I am telling you, I have felt so much hope coming through this city because of the City of Culture, because of events like this. And look, I could just talk to you from my personal experience. I've got two sons, one's 20, one's 18. They have seen the awful spate of knife crime. They've lost friends. We all, if you're from Coventry, you know 13 teenagers were killed or maimed in 6 months. And I can see how people in the city, black, white, Asian, are literally, Chinese, whatever, are literally coming together and saying enough. And remember, Coventry put racism and hate on the map in terms of overcoming it with two-tone. And seeing all the wonderful creativity around City of Culture to bring hope to this city. Martin, I have to thank you and your team. And I think it's things like this. I've watched Penny and George years and years on Question Time, on whatever. It seems so distant. Politics and all what makes matters seems so distant from us, which is why it's wonderful you are here, because you're getting to talk to creative managers, political movement shakers, up close and personal. So please use this day to use your voice.
Thank you very much. Can I just a big shout out. This is being live streamed. Hundreds of Big Tent friends and followers all around the country who couldn't come. Hi, folks. Stay with us. And please do. This is a digital event. It's being live streamed. Go on the website. Go on Twitter. Hashtag BigTent21. Join the conversation. There's a Slido piece on the website so you can register questions. Encourage people to get involved. There are 500 or 600 of us here today. There are 5,000 or 6,000 around the country on our membership list. Have a great day and see you at the end. See you on the other side. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome to this session on conflict and global Britain. I'm Sally Lockwood, a news correspondent for Sky News, and this is an issue very close to me, this session being hosted by the world's biggest landmine clearance charity, the Halo Trust. I spent 6 months embedded with NATO troops in Afghanistan in 2013 and 2014, so was delighted to be invited to take part today. Now, this aims to be a conversation about why conflict is important to the UK in terms of the country's values, the economic impact, and the impact on security. How can Britain be a force for good? What does the public think? And indeed, what do you think? Now, let me introduce, first of all, our 4 panellists. We have Fabian Hamilton MP, Shadow Minister for Peace and Disarmament. Welcome to you. Mandy Turner, Professor of Conflict, Peace and Humanitarian Affairs at Manchester University. Shabnam Nassimi, Director of the Conservative Friends of Afghanistan. And Chris Loughran, Senior Policy Advisor at Halo. Now, you can find their bios on the Big Tent website, and you can find out more about Halo by scanning the QR code on the postcards around the tent. Now, I'm just keeping an eye on these screens because I think there will be helpful info for you, because we want to hear from you as well. Any questions, thoughts, ideas you may have when it comes to this session, please do join in. But a small bit of housekeeping before we kick off. Just a reminder that this is being recorded and live streamed. We want to hear from you, and you can either ask a question in a few minutes' time using this mic down here at the front, so feel free to come up, approach the mic, and obviously social distancing is welcome when it comes to queuing up. But if you'd rather ask a question electronically or even just make a comment, you can head to slido.com, where you can enter the event number, which is #BigTent21, and you'll be asked to select a tent. We're in the Queen of Flanders tent, and then you can enter your comment there, and that'll appear on the screen, so you don't need to appear at the mic in person if you'd rather not. And just lastly, if you're not eating or drinking, they've asked that you wear a face mask today. So I'll kick off with some questions first to our panellists to warm them up, and then we'd love to hear from you. So I'll go to Chris first from the Halo Trust. Now, Halo, of course, is famous, Chris, for its work that Princess Diana carried out, a very high-profile backing on landmine clearance. Now, how has Halo gone from landmine clearance to hosting this discussion about conflict in global Britain?
Well, thanks for that. Very good to be here, and good to see you all. The first thing to say, I think, is that landmines are still absolutely the heart of what the Halo Trust does. There's unfinished business in Angola, in Zimbabwe, in Sri Lanka, and Kosovo. So that's still at the heart of our work. But Halo wants to be the charity of today and tomorrow's issues, not just the charity that's working on the legacies of old war. And that's why we're so interested in conflict. Conflict didn't stop. It continues. It continues to evolve. It's getting more messy. It's getting more urban. And it's frankly not winding up. Conflicts are more protracted than ever, they're more dangerous than ever, and they're having a tremendous economic, environmental, and humanitarian costs. That's why we're really interested in it. In terms of the global Britain element of it, we're at a pretty important crossroads when it comes to the approach to conflict in UK foreign policy, and that we've had 20 years of differing policies. After 9/11, we were very interventionist as the UK. We went into Libya, Iraq, Afghanistan, and the consequences of that are well known to us all. But actually, the decade that followed, after 2010 financial crisis of 2009, actually we didn't do enough. We were very risk averse. We were non-interventionist, and so we lurched from being all over it to not being really active in the right sort of way. And the consequences of both have been dire and played a part in generating this protracted conflict, endless wars that we can't do anything, we aren't currently doing enough about, and we can do plenty about it. So at the moment, Global Britain, it's the slogan that the UK government uses for its international strategy. At the moment, it's a slogan. We're a tremendous aid budget. We're a P5 member. We have a brilliant defence and diplomatic capability. We should be using that as the UK to take action on conflict, and that's what we'd like to promote and provoke here.
Now, it's 10 years since the war began in Syria. There's been 20 years of intervention in Afghanistan. The Halo Trust works in a number of the current conflict zones. How do you do that as an organisation without becoming involved?
Well, I think it's a really, really good question, and it's one that's been at the heart of humanitarian work since its outset. And I think the first thing to say is that you must acknowledge that you're part of the ecosystem of what's going on. You're not just floating around in the conflict, you're actually, you've got to relate to what's going on. And that's how every successful humanitarian organisation achieves what it does. It's by talking to people, gaining consent of different parties, gaining consent of communities, and it's important to remember that humanitarian principles, neutrality and so forth aren't just words, they're doing words, and you have to go out and explain to people why you're there, get their consent to be there, and that's how we've been able to operate in Afghanistan for the last 30 years. In some cases, if you don't have enough of a value system overlap with organisations, you can't operate. But in the vast majority of contexts, you can, and it's about talking and relating to them. The reason why Halo can do it so successfully as well is because 98 to 99% of our staff are from the countries they work in. They know what's going on, and that's absolutely critical to our success.
Thanks, Chris. A question now for Fabian Hamilton MP. Now, your portfolio on peace and disarmament is unique to the Labour shadow cabinet. Now, after 9/11, there was a decade of interventionism with Iraq, Afghanistan, and Libya. Then we saw a decade of risk aversion when it came to Syria. And that didn't work either. What should the UK be doing now?
Well, thank you, Sally, for the question. Firstly, just a bit about my role. I'm probably one of the very few members of the shadow governmental team in the Labour Party not to shadow any government minister, so it's rather strange. Until last April, I did shadow the Minister of State for the Middle East and North Africa, because I had that brief as well. But now I just deal with arms treaties, arms control, peace and peace building. What should we do? We need to be much more proactive and use, as Chris said, our position within the United Nations. We can punch well above our weight for historic reasons, because we're a member of the P5 of the Security Council. And that means we have a lot more influence than maybe we should have, given our current economic and geopolitical status. But let's use that. We're not using it at the moment as effectively as we can. The world needs far more coordination. Now, the late Kofi Annan, as Secretary General of the United Nations, once said to me and my colleagues, because we used to visit him regularly when I was on the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, he used to say, "Look, I am not the president of the world. I'm the Secretary General of the United Nations, and it's not the government of the world." Well, maybe we should try and rethink that. I know it's a very hard and tough call, because there's so many competing interests in the UN. But the fact is that unless we tackle, as Chris so rightly put it, global conflict, it's going to continue to have an on-cost, not just for the innocent people who are the victims of warfare and conflict worldwide. Syria obviously comes to mind, but Libya is pretty terrifying too. Never mind what's happened to the Rohingya peoples in Myanmar. Never mind Yemen, which is one of the most frightening, disturbing and largest conflicts with the most displaced people since the Second World War. We can do something about this if we had the political will, but the political will seems lacking. And I agree with Chris's analysis that we had far too much intervention while my party was in power. Indeed, I voted against every single conflict because I don't believe conflict is the solution to international stress, tension and armed confrontation. The fact is we also need to control the arms trade, because arms are important to defend your nation. And I'm not a pacifist. I believe we should defend our country and use any means at our disposal to do that. But what I don't think is right is using the arms industry to make multi-billion-pound profits for shareholders at the expense very often of the innocent. And let's look at Saudi Arabia. They're our biggest client. We sell billions of pounds worth of weapons to them every year. And where's the evidence pointing in Yemen? It's pointing clearly to British arms having been used to pursue that conflict. Never mind the rights and wrongs of what the Houthis are doing, and they're a really unpleasant bunch. But the fact is that British ordnance has been found in that conflict. That should be a source of shame to us. And the courts said that the British government should suspend all arms export licenses to Saudi Arabia, and I'm sorry to say that the government has ignored that ruling. So we need the rule of law to continue, and governments have to obey the law too, but more importantly, we need to examine the arms trade worldwide and the causes of conflict, which can so often be rooted back to inequality and poverty.
And are you confident that Labour would be doing things differently if they were in power?
Absolutely, because...
And what would that look like?
Well, firstly, we have the political will to want to tackle these issues. We understand that inequality is a driver of conflict. Of course, inequality in resources, not just financial inequality. We understand also that the arms trade does need to be reined in. And one of the things we're working on, it may sound really boring and technical, is to make the Committee on Arms Export Control of the House of Commons, currently a kind of side committee that comprises other MPs from other committees, into a proper select committee. And people may say, well, that's really boring and technical. But actually, what effect does it have? Select committees are increasingly powerful in our Parliament. I heard George Freeman say earlier that it's important that MPs assert themselves from all parties for what they believe is right and hold governments to account. And I think through a select committee, we can actually pre-vet export licenses and reduce the number of weapons that are sent to rogue regimes used in conflict.
But it's not just the UK. Among many governments, there seems to be a reticence about getting involved after so much intervention with Iraq and Afghanistan. It is politically risky now for governments to get involved in conflict. But you can't be a force for good and stick your head in the sand.
No.
So where would you strike that balance if Labour were in power?
Sally, the United Nations. You know, the United Nations is really imperfect. It needs wholesale reform. We need to bring in some of the emerging powers in the world economically and geopolitically. But the fact is, it's all we've got. And I think that we need to use it much more effectively. And we're in a position to do that. Why aren't we doing it? That's what we would do.
Fabian, thank you. Question for Mandy now. Now, you've worked extensively in the Middle East. You lived in East Jerusalem for 8 years. What are your reflections to the UK's approach to conflict in the region, and has it got anything right?
Thank you. Well, I think before we start talking about the UK's approach to conflict in the region, we need to talk about the UK's approach to the region in general. But we could be here all day doing that. So I just want to focus on two things. First of which I know quite a lot about, which is the Israel-Palestine conflict. And the second, which I think everybody in the UK has been forced to consider, is the crisis in Yemen. And Fabian's already talked about that. So in terms of the Israel-Palestine conflict, having worked in East Jerusalem for 8 years as the director of our British Academy Research Centre, working very closely with the British Council and the British Consul General, I saw there was a lot of issues there that were problematic. Now, Britain cannot undo the historic injustice that was created during its colonial rule, but it can support self-determination for the Palestinian people now. And what we see is a contradictory policies on the behalf of the British government. What the Palestinian people are asking for is their own state, their own sovereign state. And unfortunately, in 2012, when that was taken to the United Nations, Britain abstained in the vote for recognising Palestine as a state. And that's despite the fact that 2 years later, British MPs voted overwhelmingly in the Houses of Parliament for an independent sovereign Palestinian state. And opinion polls in Britain consistently show that British people want to see an independent Palestinian state also. So I would argue that the British government really needs to listen to its own MPs and its own people on this very issue. Now, when I arrived in East Jerusalem in 2012, the British Consul General at the time was Sir Vincent Feen, who subsequently came back to the UK and retired and is now very active. He set up a project called the Balfour Project, which has as its role to support self-determination and statehood for Palestine. So I would urge you all to have a look at what the Balfour Project does. I think it's doing a lot of good. I also would urge the UK government to support the forthcoming International Criminal Court investigation into war crimes in the occupied territory. This could stop settlement expansion. This could stop military rule over Palestinians and end what is now a 54-year occupation, which human rights organisations such as Human Rights Watch and even Israel's own B'Tselem are now calling an apartheid regime. I think it's incumbent upon the British government to have a policy on Palestinian independence, and I think that this would actually help Britain's reputation massively in the region. The second issue that I wanted to highlight, and I was glad to hear Fabian talk about that, is, and also very interested to hear about Fabian's role in terms of disarmament, is I think the UK at the very minimum should stop selling weapons to the Saudi Arabian regime and providing expert personnel. The United States embargoed its weapons sales to Saudi Arabia in February this year after a call from the United Nations, but the United Kingdom has so far not stopped selling weapons. It's even ignoring a Court of Appeal decision last year to stop selling weapons to Saudi Arabia. There's no way that the UK can be seen to be helping to build peace while selling weapons to one side. I think this is absolutely crucial. So why is the UK following these two policies? And this is where the wider discussion on the UK's relationship to the Middle East comes in, particularly its military relationships. And I absolutely agree with Fabian here is that we need to talk about weapons sales. These are not promoting peace, particularly in Yemen, and particularly not in Palestine either. So I would say that these are the two main issues that I'd like to talk about. I think the issue is that, and I really fully agree with Fabian here, is that if Britain wants to propose itself as a supporter of the rule of law, as being an essential part of global peace and prosperity, then it itself needs to adhere to the rule of law, including international law. If Britain also wants to propose itself as a beacon of democracy, then it should follow what its own MPs and populations want. So I think these are two crucial aspects, and I absolutely agree that the United Nations is not, there's problems with the UN, but it's the only thing we have in terms of multilateralism, and we should be going to the UN and speaking to our partners there. The second question is a bit more difficult. Has Britain got anything right? Well, firstly, in terms of Palestine, at least the United Kingdom did not follow Donald Trump's lead, his highly divisive policies, which was to move the American embassy to Jerusalem, to take budget support away from the United Nations Relief and Works agencies, which is the refugee agency supporting Palestinian refugees. So Britain did continue to support UNRWA, and it did continue to give budget support to the Palestinian Authority, and I think that that was one thing that it did right. The wider thing that I think that they've got right is the British Council. I think the British Council does absolutely fabulous work worldwide, but particularly in the Middle East. In the Middle East, lots of people want to have connections with Britain culturally, educationally, and I think the British Council gets it right every time, so I would give a big shout out to the British Council.
Mandy, thank you. Moving on to Shabnam now. Obviously, Afghanistan is very topical with the withdrawal of NATO troops, and that brings an end as well to the UK's lengthy military presence in the country. Shabnam, can the UK make any meaningful contribution to a stable and peaceful Afghanistan without NATO?
Thank you, Sally. Well, first of all, I think as a British Afghan myself, and millions of others in Afghanistan, we'd like to pay tribute to the British servicemen who gave up their lives in Afghanistan over the last 20 years. Almost 450 men and women fought courageously against insurgent groups and the Taliban, and they had a key role in the progress that Afghanistan made. So we're grateful, and I don't think it's something where we're going to take for granted. Afghanistan has faced, in the last 20 years, in the last 2 decades, it's not been an easy journey. It was a struggle both for Afghanistan in terms of building its state, but also for the UK and the role it had in the country. But that doesn't take away from the enormous changes that Britain made to Afghanistan. Prior to 2001, there was no infrastructure. Girls could not go to school. There was no freedom. There was no liberty. People could not express themselves openly. There was no health system. I mean, the list can go on. I mean, Britain was able to not only support the governance of the state, it was able to invest in terms of economic development, the billions of aid that went in, the investment, the attention. So aside from military intervention, you know, the key in terms of going to Afghanistan in 2001 was to prevent terrorist groups from using Afghanistan as a safe haven and becoming a threat to the security of the West. But aside from that, you know, UK concentrated heavily in terms of building Afghanistan into becoming a credible, transparent, accountable state. And it's something I'm very proud of. And I hear this often that, I mean, Afghanistan is made up of almost over 70% of under 25s. So it's a very, very young population. And the last 20 years has been a huge opportunity for this new generation of work, of education. It was thriving. I mean, I visited Afghanistan starting 2007 every other year or every year, and the conversations I had, it was astonishing to see that they spoke better English in Afghanistan than a lot of Afghans do in the UK. So I was very proud to see what had happened. Biden decided to leave Afghanistan last year after the Doha agreement between the Taliban with no conditions set, and basically gave away all the cards, and yet still wanted the Taliban to sit around the table and talk about peace. Now, I mean, I'm no senior politician, but it seems like the basic way towards getting the opponents into a sit around the table is you've got to hold something for them to come forward, and you just gave everything away. So there was that fault initially of making that huge mistake. Moving forward, I think myself and so many Afghans had hoped that the Taliban would sit down and talk about peace, and a lot of Afghans were open to that idea. They wanted to find a conclusion to this endless war. But I think we made huge mistakes over the last 18 months, and now the UK is leaving. It's going to leave before the September 11. I think the last date will be end of July, from what I've heard. CIA and also MI6 have already stated that there is a huge risk of Afghanistan returning back to a terrorist state if we leave in such an irresponsible manner. Now, I'm not saying that we want Britain to be stationed there forever. It is a costly war, it is a painful war, and it has taken a lot when it comes to sort of British national interest as well. But I think it's about how do we ensure that this last 20 years, the lives that have been lost have not gone in vain. You know, what's the point of building all of this and then leaving, letting it all sort of abandoning it, letting it all be destroyed, and then potentially, I mean, I think I read a piece today in the Evening Standard saying that we may well end up going back.
And just on that, Shabnam, is there a sense in Afghanistan, because we were talking before we came on stage here, and you still have family there, the security situation is deteriorating rapidly there. Is there a sense among Afghan people that they've been abandoned?
I wrote a piece for The Telegraph about a couple of days ago, and it's the sort of subject was Afghans feel betrayed. It was a betrayal by Western power, the West. And so many people got back in touch with me saying thank you, from Afghanistan on the ground, saying thank you so much, Shabnam, for saying this, because no one seems to openly convey their message of betrayal. And I said, well, it had to be said. And this was a woman, a young woman journalist, and she said, you know, the West, and particularly Britain, came into Afghanistan, gave everyone such high hopes for a beautiful future where women, particularly women, had a very key staple role in society, and you've taken that away practically. And I think when it comes to Britain's involvement, potentially military, I think with the integrated review as well, the historic British intervention in terms of military intervention is something that we're sort of moving away from. But there's definitely other key relationships we need to keep hold of. Soft power, British soft power has had a huge role in the region and the influence that we have. Afghanistan is now at risk of being sort of other neighboring countries, China, Iran, Russia, already putting their hands in. China's, I think, already has pledged around 62 billion towards reconstruction programs. So we're opening up that vacuum, that space for the countries that, you know, we know are very, in many ways, corrupt, to take advantage of this war. They are going to be working very closely with the Taliban. I think there was an agreement already made between China and the Taliban that the Taliban will not say anything in terms of the Uyghur genocide as long as China supports Taliban. So it's a lot of, you know, games being played, and I think it's Britain's responsibility and moral obligation to make sure that doesn't happen. Too many games have been played in Afghanistan. Britain has made a huge contribution, and it's something I'm proud of, and I've seen the changes, the real changes that this country has made. I want to make sure that these are not destroyed, they're not abandoned, and it's not something where we've spent so much money, we end up having to go back a couple of years again, and having to reconstruct everything again. I mean, yeah, we've got to use what we've made so far.
Now, I have personally a lot of more questions for all of you. We haven't even got onto ISIS yet. The caliphate may be gone, but the ideology is still there, and we're seeing ISIS reorganize themselves in Afghanistan, Africa. We can talk more in a minute among ourselves, but I really want to open questions up to the floor to hear from any of you before we continue. There's just a microphone here. Feel free to approach. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. My name is Julian. I'm a member of the Green Party, but actually what I'm going to say probably isn't mainstream Green Party position. First of all, I want to really thank the last speaker, because I think that, you know, for those of us on the left, if you like, we don't listen to the voices in the region and in all these conflict situations carefully enough. Too often we apply a lens based on historic theoretical positions which don't work. And based on that, I want to sort of challenge something that Fabian said, where he talked about, you know, voting against all those conflicts as if they were all the same. You know, the illegal intervention in Iraq was one thing. The attempt to apply a no-fly zone to Libya was an entirely different thing. Only 72 civilians died because of that. The mistake was actually not to follow it up. That was about standing in solidarity with people fighting a dictatorship. Similarly, in Syria, the solidarity with the uprisings in Syria is an entirely different idea to regime change intervention. And I think that we make a huge mistake by conflating all those things. Thank you.
Thank you. Fabian, your thoughts on that?
Well, I'm sorry you feel that I was lumping them all together. I think the point I was trying to make was not that they're all the same, because they're not, but that the answer to those crises is UK or NATO military intervention. I just think, look at the history of military intervention by this country or by NATO forces. And yes, we've heard from Shabnam about Afghanistan. Actually, I don't think we had a vote on Afghanistan. I don't remember having a vote, but we certainly had one on Syria. And I thought about it very carefully and weighed it up, because I was under pressure by the leadership to vote with the party to support the then government of the coalition government for intervention. But I just looked at what have we done over the decades and centuries, certainly decades in the last 20, 30 years. How have we improved the lives of the people who suffered as a result of conflict? Now, Afghanistan, I think, is different, and I accept everything Shabnam says. She's absolutely right. And I'm sorry, in a way, that we're abandoning the people there to the Taliban and what they're likely to do. But, you know, voting against Iraq was one thing, and a lot of people were happy that I represented my constituents' views as well as my own on that. Syria, I felt, actually, that our intervention was not going to change anything. What we needed was the United Nations to be involved, not an intervention by a coalition of the willing, as somebody once said. Libya, now I've been doing work on Libya, and the problem with Libya is that there are so many competing interests that want a slice of their oil. They're not interested in governance, the rule of law, in proper government being set up in Tripoli. On the one hand, Tripoli is recognized by the UN Security Council as the legitimate government in charge of Libya. On the other hand, the French are selling weapons to General Haftar, Khalifa Haftar, who is the rebel leader coming from Benghazi. So how can you kind of square those two things? It is a free-for-all where the Russians are pursuing their own agenda, where clearly the Turks are pursuing their agenda, and who's paying the price? And I would argue it's not those troops. It's actually the people of Libya who are living in utter chaos and lawlessness. Now, do we think that UK military intervention or NATO intervention will help that? I don't believe so. I think the United Nations has to take a very strong hand in this and knock some heads together. And we can help do that, actually, as the pen holder on the Security Council. We're not doing it. We need to.
We've had a few questions come in electronically as well, so I'll put the most pithy question to you first, given that time is short. Does the UK have a conflict strategy? If not, what should one look like? I'll open that to Chris and Mandy first.
Great, thank you. It's a great question. There is a conflict strategy under development, and if you start with the positives, conflict appears in the integrated review in a good way. Not just conflict prevention, but conflict is something the UK should be working on. So that's a good thing. The other good thing is the Foreign Secretary has actually put conflict in a sensible way in his development priorities. The bad news is that there's no consultation ongoing about what that should look like. There's no expertise like Halos or others being drawn on, despite us offering it, despite us saying, look, talk to us, we know about this. And so the risk is that a strategy is developed on paper in Whitehall, falls well short, and people carry on as normal. So a strategy should, first of all, be consultative. It should draw together the different elements, as we said at the beginning, of the UK's assets and what it can do, and it needs to have a budget, and it needs to be a sensible budget, not just a very small amount of money. Less than 2% of bilateral ODA in 2019-20 was spent on conflict directly, our conflict resolution. We need something that's meaningful and actually commensurate to the country as we should be playing a role.
And just on that issue of a new conflict strategy, I mean, what are the alternatives to the intervention that we saw in Iraq and Afghanistan and then the risk aversion that we saw in Syria? Mandy or Fabian? I mean, what would a new conflict strategy look like?
Wow. Well,
or what should it look like?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Chris. I think that the government has a prime opportunity to consult with organisations like the Halo Trust and others who work in the region and work globally in conflict zones, and they're not doing that. One would hope that they would start to have these discussions, because I feel that especially, for example, in the Middle East, I think one of the aspects of anti-British sentiment in the region, for example, is the belief that the UK is underwriting the autocratic order, particularly through its support for Gulf states. So I think Britain really needs to rethink its foreign policy, particularly in the Middle East. And again, as I say, I would urge them to support the emergence of an independent Palestinian state. I think that would do a lot to repair the damage of Britain's reputation in the region.
Thank you, Mandy. Another question that we've had in: as government policies change in the UK on a different time frame compared to the length of some current conflicts, what role do humanitarian agencies have in stabilising conflict areas? Probably for you with that one, Chris.
Well, I think stabilisation is an area where the UK can play a particularly significant role. We've talked about soft power and the British Council and the media freedoms and all of that really important work that the UK does. Then at the other end of the spectrum, we have the NATO interventions and the trouble that's come with those. In the middle, there's rule of law. There's supporting stable societies. There's investing in those power vacuums. Otherwise, as Shabnam says, other people that don't share our values will go into that space. And I think it's really important to note that the public supports this. There's a key assumption that Brexiteers who voted for Conservatives in 2019 are a one-issue organisation, and Coalition for Global Prosperity is here. They've done some fantastic polling. Actually, that's not true. People expect the UK to do sensible stuff, to act with values, to be projecting good and our values overseas, and that bit between the soft power and the hard power, the middle ground of stabilisation, is where humanitarian organisations like Halo Trust and others want to be working.
Are there any more questions from the floor? Yes, we'd love to hear from you.
I just wanted to follow up on one of the points made around the Security Council in particular. Doesn't the conflict in Syria demonstrate that the Security Council as an organisation is flawed if you have different countries on the Security Council who are unable to, that have wildly divergent interests. And then, if I might, two advice of one. We've talked a lot about ongoing conflicts. I wondered at what level you would rate the risk of a major conflict between different members of the Security Council over the next decade.
Was that for you, Fabian?
Okay, yes. So I'm trying to write it down. So on the chances of conflict, well, I think that's too appalling to contemplate conflict between the existing Security Council members, because has humanity learnt nothing? We set up the United Nations and its Security Council following the Second World War to try and ensure that such wars never happened again. And I find it, I know there are a lot of conflicts, verbal conflicts, and a lot of competition between the Security Council members, especially the P5, but the prospect of conflict between China and the US, Russia and the US, and the UK, I think is too horrific to contemplate. I sincerely hope, and I'm not party, sadly, to those discussions, I'm not a fly on the wall there, but I sincerely hope that humanity and common sense prevails, and that the people on those councils and their governments remember why they were set up in the first place, and what the cost of human conflict actually is, not just in financial terms, but in industrial development, planetary terms, the cost to our environment, the trillions that are spent on arms and conflict, which could be spent on saving the earth and feeding everybody and giving them clean water, as well as looking after, of course, all life on the planet. You know, the idea that we're going to bring into play these nuclear arsenals, by the way, 98% of which are owned between, 97% I think, between Russia and the United States, and destroy the planet several times over, is so horrific that we've got to work much harder to reduce those numbers of nuclear weapons, not increase them by 80 warheads, as the current integrated review of the British government is aiming to do, but actually reduce them worldwide, make the Non-Proliferation Treaty far more effective, ensure that people stick to the obligations that they've signed up to, and not have the hypocrisy of telling the Iranians under the JCPOA they cannot have nuclear weapons when we're increasing our arsenal, and so are some other countries too. So I think that is, you know, in the end, we have the gift of language and intelligent thought. You do sometimes wonder, don't you, when you see what goes on. But let's harness that for the benefit of all of humanity and life on Earth. We've got to have the much broader picture here. And when we analyse why these conflicts occur, one of the main reasons after climate change is, as I said earlier, inequality. Inequality in water, in resources, in money. We've just cut our aid budget. I heard Penny Mordaunt earlier say, well, she actually does regret that. But if we had 1% of the turnover of the City of London going towards international development aid, it would actually multiply global aid by 7 times over. And that would solve many of the problems that actually fuel conflict. So, as I say, come back to the soft power that we have. We've mentioned the British Council. The BBC World Service, I think, hasn't been mentioned. It played a huge part, I know, in Afghanistan. We have some remarkable NGOs. I just want to use this opportunity to pay my tribute to the Halo Trust, because I've worked with them for a while now, and I think they're absolutely brilliant. But there's loads of NGOs out there that can also have an effect in preventing conflict before it starts. And the final thing I just want to say about conflict is we have excellent armed forces. Now, their job is to defend our country, and where necessary to use lethal force. But worldwide, I think you'd agree with this, Chris, and Mandy probably would, our forces, and certainly you would, Shabnam, they are trusted as not being corrupt, not going out there with the sole purpose of killing, but actually providing humanitarian relief too. Let's retask our excellent military, who are well-trained, well-organised, trusted worldwide, incorruptible, to save life rather than take life. And that, I think, would make a huge difference. And if we could talk to other countries in the world with large military forces, Turkey comes to mind, obviously they have a huge force there, to use it rather than just for national interest, for human worldwide interest. I know, you may say I'm living in cloud cuckoo land here, but unless you've got ideals, you'll never achieve anything. You've got to look to those values and ideals first,
and work right across party. That's why I think this event is so good. And I heard George Freeman say that earlier, that we're trying to get rid of the party labels and talk about what is best for humanity across all different political views. We've got one aim in mind, to make this world a better place, our society a better place, our cities and our country a better place. Let's keep that in mind rather than narrow sectional interest and profits for corporations.
Thank you, Fabian. You talk about ideals there and values, but even in the face of a global pandemic, which the world has been battling together in the last year, the UN Secretary General called for a ceasefire, but most conflict continued. And of course, people are dealing with issues much closer to home when it comes to this public health crisis and the economic fallout, pushing tens of millions of people into poverty. Just a final thought from anyone from the floor or indeed from the panelists on the public mood when it comes to conflict. Your thoughts, Shabnam?
I think the last 12 to 18 months has definitely heavily impacted not only Britain but internationally. COVID has been something that we've had to face as a sort of united global community, and I think that also impacted the manner in which conflict continues. Unfortunately, though, I know that the integrated view in Britain is looking towards intervention in other ways other than military. But in countries like Afghanistan, it's not looking like it's going to end anytime soon. And what I hope to see, and someone mentioned a conflict strategy with UK conflict strategy and the way that we move forward, the key here is to potentially hold inquiries, particularly for Afghanistan, in that we consult and figure out where we went wrong, what some of the mistakes were that we made, so that could hopefully also impact the way we move forward. So it is a time for reflection, it's time to look forward, and like you said, these sort of conversations are so important, but consulting with NGOs on the ground, British Council is an amazing organisation internationally, and so many other humanitarian NGOs like Halo Trust as well. They provide expertise, intelligence from the ground that needs to be reflected when it comes to the integrated review or conflict strategy. I mean, the Foreign Office is now working together in terms of aid and development as well. So that also requires for us to look at conflict not just in terms of war, but actually humanitarian development assistance. Those two play a very close relationship and a key role. So in terms of looking forward, it's to see what Britain's position is globally for a force for good and not something that we'll regret in 10, 20, 50 years to come.
Shabnam, thank you. And just one final thought from the floor.
Thank you very much. I was intrigued, Fabian, in your last comments you referred to the ideals that drive these things and the fact that this event is about drawing different voices together. That's extremely welcome. But I'd just like to understand how it is that you think that's a positive force, but you failed to really engage with either the first or the last speakers from the panel, or indeed our first questioner. When it comes to issues such as engagement, as in taking an active role in many of these conflicts, as you said in your own voting record, you've always said no. And yet the two speakers that we have who are on the ground have talked about the necessity of that, have talked about the value that it has brought. You asked a rhetorical question in your speech saying, what benefits have any of these things brought? You have speakers here who are telling you that this is the thing that works. You're not engaging, you talk about your ideals, but you're not engaging with the practical reality that physically getting on the ground and putting boots on the ground for people who've been trained in conflict, who've been trained how to manage it, and indeed our armed forces are already trained in how to reduce conflict from the most smallest stages of taking off glasses before it is that you engage with someone, how to resolve, how to de-escalate. It's one of the things that already happens. So you've got a speech that you've given several times over where you've talked about the ideals that are needed by the history, but it's in direct conflict with the information that's being presented around you of what practically works. That the history on the ground in Afghanistan is one that is respected where the UK is concerned. It is one that is added to it. And I'd just like to ask, in the spirit of the big tent, why are you not engaging with the people who don't have the same views as yourself?
Well, I don't think that's very fair, if I may, Sally. I mean, what did I just say about our military? That they are trusted worldwide. That they actually have done a brilliant job in de-escalating conflict. You've just said that yourself. So I don't think it's right to say that we should just step back and say, you can get on with it.
And yet that's your own voting record.
No, well,
yet your comments, sorry, you challenged me to say, what did you say? You said that they should be retrained in peace rather than defence, when indeed that already happens. That just shows an ignorance of the way in which military forces are already trained and prepared.
I didn't say retrained, I said retasked, actually, and I think that's slightly different, because they're already trained, as you say, in trying to de-escalate conflict, and that's why they're so well regarded. But, I mean, you're painting a picture of somebody who just wants to sort of laissez-faire, sort of leave people to get on with it. That's not what I'm saying. I'm trying to paint a picture of why these conflicts take place in the first place and what we can do to stop them happening before they start. That's the important thing. And did I not just say to Shabnam that I thought what we did in Afghanistan was really good, but unfortunately we're withdrawing. I'm agreeing with what she said. So I don't think that's disengaging. I think you're rather painting a slightly exaggerated picture of what I've been saying.
Okay. We welcome all thoughts and views. Thank you very much indeed, and thank you, Fabian, for responding. My turn to de-escalate that, and to thank you all for coming today and taking part in this session hosted by the Halo Trust. Thank you very much indeed to all of you, and to our 4 panellists. Thank you.
kick off, but welcome all to this session, Keeping Britain Healthy. I want to start off by asking you a question of how easy is it for you all to live a healthy life? How easy do you find it? How easy is it to enjoy a healthy diet, for example? One that's easy, I keep saying that, one that's delicious, one that's affordable, and one that's convenient. We all know what a healthy diet looks like, and broadly we all want to be healthy, but it's not always easy. And I want to take today as a good example, not that I want to necessarily criticise the Big Tent organisation for the food choices we have on offer, but if you look at the food choices that we have on offer, how easy is it to pick a healthy choice in that? And if you're going to leave the establishment, how easy is it when you go out onto the high street? What is the proportion of food offerings in the wider environment that we have around us? And how easy is it to be fit and active? Is it enjoyable? Is it lumped with ideas of exercise or whatever? Or how active can you be in day-to-day life, including how we even travel around us? And these are the sorts of questions I want us to explore today, including the links of how easy it is to feel healthy in our minds and how that links with our environment around us, what we're experiencing, and our bodies. And the reason why this is so important is because the UK, Britain, ranks pretty badly when it comes to health. And the pandemic has really brought that to light. We are one of the most unhealthy nations in Europe. We are one of the unhealthiest nations in Western Europe in particular. Almost 60% of the entire UK diet is ultra-processed food. So stuff like ready meals, salty snacks, confectionery, everything that we're familiar with. Almost 60% of our entire diet is that kind of food. And why is that? Again, think about all of the things around us. What's easy, what's most convenient, what's most appealing to us. 4 out of the 5 major risk factors of death and disability are related to diet. Diabetes, hypertension, obesity. And that last one that you will often hear talked about a lot more, the kind of obesity crisis that you read about in the media or whatever. And I want to take this opportunity to remind us how much we need to move away from that focus on the obesity crisis and understand that food, our food environment, our food culture, how easy it is to be fit and active affects every single one of us. So, here to discuss this. We were going to have a third, which you would have seen on the programme, panellist, the brilliant Tom Watson, who was the MP for West Bromwich East, but West Bromwich East? That doesn't sound like it. Whatever it was, West Bromwich something. He was the MP there for 2001 to 2019, and Deputy Labour leader from 2015 to 2019, but sadly he's been taken with a family emergency, which is going to leave us with these two excellent human beings. But there is a link which I want to bring in from Tom's book. He published a book called Downsizing: How I Lost 8 Stone, Reversed My Diabetes and Regained My Health. And this book was given to you, Mark Essex, Director of Policy at KPMG, an amazing, big visionary thinker. And last year at the beginning of lockdown, if that was the right timing, you got given this book and began an incredible journey and has since to date lost 10 stone. And throughout last summer, we enjoyed many conversations about this whole topic area. How easy is it to be healthy? What influences our health? And I can't wait to bring out some of those discussions today. But really, we wanted to bring this about not just, as I said, the kind of obesity side of things or the weight-related side of things, but how easy is it to live a healthy life? And importantly, how easy is it for future generations to be raised in an environment that is conducive to good health? And that takes me on to the incredible Christina Adonai, who are Youth Ambassador for Bite Back 2030, a campaign aimed at achieving a healthy world for all young people, no matter where they live. And you may recently have seen that the UK government has committed to introducing regulations on unhealthy food advertising on TV online.
I can pretty much put that down to Christina and her colleagues at the Bite Back 2030 campaign, who have been fighting so relentlessly and hard for months to make sure that this bombardment of unhealthy advertising that we see on social media, on TV, you name it, anyone watching Love Island will know just how relentless it is. And I also want to take this moment to recognise that a 17-year-old is influencing government policy in such an impressive way, and I say this with my 50-50 Parliament badge on, that we need people like Christina to stand for election. So I'm going to take this opportunity, cheeky, to ask you to consider standing for election at some point in your life, but clearly not even being elected stops you from influencing stuff anyway. But I want to start this session hearing both your stories about how you came to be interested in this whole agenda, and what is it about it that gets you angry and frustrated, and your personal stories behind it. So I'm gonna start with Mark, and then we'll go to Christina afterwards.
Oh, well, thanks, Dolly. Well, look, I'm really gutted that Tom can't be here, because I wanted to thank him. I've met him virtually, but not face to face. But it is no exaggeration to say that his book saved my life. If you would like to know what someone looks like when they weigh 10 stone more than this, if you go on Twitter and look up @MarkJohnEssex, I put my before photo. It's quite near the top. A Man Mountain, 25 stone 11, 361 pounds. That's what I weighed in November. And our mutual friend, Tom and I, Andrew Denton, who's the chief exec of the Outdoor Industry Association, who I didn't really know very well, out of the blue sent a copy of Tom's book to my office with basically, inside the cover, you need to read this book. This is someone I didn't know very well, basically saying you're too fat and you're going to die too young. And he's right. I was, and I was. And I read the book cover to cover in 2 days, and immediately decided that things needed to change. And what it taught me was the problem isn't about not understanding what food was about. It's no lack of education. I've been to university. I've got a degree in maths. I really ought to be able to work out calories in minus calories out. What it told me was it was up here, all up here. My problem was, amongst other things, I would do something called prophylactic eating. I've made that phrase up. Just in case I might get hungry, I'm going to eat something now, even though I'm not hungry. Because when you're fat and all you've got going for you is your wits, the thought of going into a meeting and being so hungry you get distracted, and therefore you're not going to be funny or clever or whatever. Oh, I can't have that. Better get a Mars bar in. And that's my problem. It's a big problem. I read the book and changed my life pretty much straight away. And what the book says is effectively change what you eat, obviously, and diet is 80% of it, exercise about 20% of it. See, I did that some. And what Tom's approach was a high protein, high fat, low carbohydrate diet. Now, I'm not a dietitian, I can't recommend what you eat, but I am the world's leading expert with 25 years experience of what food does to my body, and that diet worked for me. Other people, it might be something else. But the main thing that it did is I gave up food choices. What I realized, the big thing in Tom's book, not the keto diet, but it's understanding how I got to that situation. My understanding was, finally got it, I'm really rubbish at controlling my dietary intake. I'm rubbish at making choices, I make bad ones. It's no accident that you're encouraged by supermarkets and fast food and so on. They make it easier to make bad choices, but I'm not going to abdicate my personal responsibility. I'm rubbish at making food choices. So I stopped making them. I basically surrendered my diet to 3 powders a day, and I let a Swedish nutritionist who I've never met decide what went in my body, and that was quite liberating, because then I didn't have to worry about food choices, and it worked. So I lost 5 stone in 10 weeks on a liquid diet, and then the rest came, through a keto diet and starting to eat omelettes. But Yeah, that was the story. Tom's book, an intervention, a brave person making an intervention who was not a medic. It's just another person saying, saw this and thought of you. Changed my life.
It's amazing. And we will get on to some of the additional aspects in terms of wider health and where you're kind of moving towards in your thinking on this. But Christina, how did you get involved with Bite Back and this whole agenda?
Well, I grew up in a food desert, not knowing I grew up in a food desert. That essentially means that my high street and the area around me is filled with junk food shops, chicken shops, ultra-processed foods with little to no access to fresh, nutritious food at an affordable price. And that's something that people in my area, young people in my area, have had to deal with. On top of that, when I went to school, I was a free school meal student. My friends were free school meal students, and there was a lot of stigma. There are horrible stories about the stuff that we've had to go through, whether it be having to tell people that you can't afford lunch because you're on a trip, having to wait behind in a queue because you can't afford a main meal, running out of money at lunchtime because you were hungry at break. And so when I kind of stumbled into Bite Back through work experience and someone recommending that I apply, I started the free school meal petition in lockdown, 8th week. It was because the government announced that they would be taking back free school meal provisions during the half term at a time where, the families were breaking their budgets. There was no money coming in. People were at their most desperate. Children were going hungry. And that's what caused me, out of anger, to launch the petition. It went insane. It got, 500,000 almost signatures. And you guys know the rest of the story from there because Marcus Rashford took it on and made it a national campaign. But essentially, the health system, the food system in this country is broken and we need to fix it. And the fact that I'm twice as likely to develop obesity, the fact that I'm likely to die around 10 years earlier just because of where I live, on top of the fact that because my parents don't have a high amount of income, that has impacted the way I've eaten for 17 years of my life. That's not right. So that's what we're trying to solve at Bite Back, and that's why I'm here.
That's amazing, and we'll get on to some of the kind of key areas that you've been focusing on in the campaign, but I want to kind of take it back and I guess, health and keeping Britain healthy, there are so many areas that we could discuss in this, and I have brought it really down to this kind of food environment and how easy is it to be healthy and active and all of those aspects. And I guess I want to explore the why question. Why does it matter? Why should people care? Shouldn't it just be that, we eat what we want and that's as simple as it is? Like, why is it that we need to be thinking about this and it is urgent in this way? Christina?
Well, not only is it a health problem, there are obvious problems with not eating well, liver disease, obesity, diabetes. It also affects performance. Low-income students will perform worse if they are exposed to worse diets. The fact that we are literally bombarded with advertisements, these massive TNCs, these companies pump billions of pounds into manipulating us into eating a certain way. This affects us for a lifetime. And if we're talking about the NHS, that means that in 20, 30 years' time, they're going to be dealing with a whole generation that have health issues. So it's a catastrophe for us on an individual level, but also on a national level. And that's why it's a collective issue that we have to solve. And the whole framing of, obesity being a crisis, it's true, but it's also, we don't want to feel helpless. This is something that we can change. We just need to empower young people like myself to actually speak up about this stuff that we go through, and also influence policy change, and change the attitudes towards people with issues like obesity, which of course you can talk about, Mark.
Mark, I wondered whether you could talk a bit about the kind of how do we create conditions in which we are more likely to see progress on this area? What does that look like? How do we get there?
Oh yeah, I'd be happy to. Well, let me tell you what I think definitely doesn't work and never worked for me. And what you'll realise is what definitely doesn't work and didn't work for me is pretty much the sum total of health policy, especially on food. So, diet advice. Anyone think after 25 years of being morbidly obese that I didn't know what the NHS Eat Well guidelines said? They never did me any good. Traffic light labels on food. Do you think that me, wandering around the supermarket, when I bought a Cornish pasty, thought to myself, I'm so glad you put that red sticker on because otherwise I wouldn't have known that was unhealthy? Do we really think food labels was going to act on me? Or when the basket comes in a restaurant which doesn't have a label on and the person says, would you like more bread? Do you think there's any kind of nutrition information on the menu that in that circumstances, 3 glasses of wine down would have influenced my decision? Sugar tax. I do all right. Okay, I've got a decent job. Does anybody think the reason I buy a diet version of a soft drink is because the other one's 5p more? Do you think people telling me to eat less, move more would have changed my situation? I mean, do you think I'm unmotivated? I look at myself. If you've seen the picture at Mark John Essex at Twitter, I was a man-mountain of a man. It looked horrible. Clothes were hard to buy. Does anybody think I wasn't motivated to change that? Does anyone think shame is a good way to encourage people? If you do, why don't we use dunces caps in schools anymore? We don't make thick people wear their problem everywhere they go and laugh at them, even despite 11 years of education when they can't read a bus timetable. None of these things seem to me to be any use. Bariatric surgery, maybe, it wouldn't have worked for me. Why? Because I'm not stupid. If I thought I wanted that sugar hit before a meeting, I'd liquidize a Mars bar and find a way to get it in me. It works for some, it wouldn't have worked for me. So all of that policy, why doesn't it work? Apart from the surgery, all the other stuff is trying to persuade rational people to make different decisions. I am a rational person, but not when I've had a glass of wine and someone brings me the bread, or not when I've smelled the baking loaves in a supermarket store. I'm Mr. Hyde in that situation, and all the policy is aimed at Dr. Jekyll. It doesn't work. What you need to do is create environments in which I can make proper decisions, i.e., let me make my food choices when I am Dr. Jekyll the night before. I'll make my supermarket order. I'll tell Alexa, and she can execute it for me when I'm feeling maybe not so in control. You know, if everybody had a personal chef, I don't think half the country would be overweight. And if you think that's expensive, you're right. But we seem to fetishize choice, right? But everybody wants choice. We should be able to browse the maximum range of choices in a supermarket. That's aspirational. And then I ask you, when was the last time you saw Rihanna or the Queen or very wealthy people wandering around a supermarket? They don't. They employ people to make their choices for them. They express a general preference at some point in their life, and then they employ minions to go and execute it for them. Well, why don't we do that for everybody else? Just use artificial intelligence and online ordering and get some advice from the supermarkets. Have them tell us, did you realise you've ordered 21,000 calories and you've been shopping 3 days ago? It's probably not a good move.
Christina, I'm going to bring you in to comment back on that.
I would move away from choice and actually look at option. As a young person, I think we don't have the option to eat healthily. We get told, you know, at school, this is the eat well plate, you should do this and do that, but when we go out on the high street, when we go out with friends after school, it's McDonald's, it's chicken shops, it's overwhelming amounts of junk food and no healthy, even attractive, nutritious food at an affordable price. So we are essentially kind of thwarted into this diet. You know, young people on an average basis have 70% of our diet ultra-processed, which is shocking and disgusting, but we can't help it because there's literally no option to have a healthier life. So I think it is important to have legislation in place and policy in place so that we don't end up in situations where we now can't help the fact that we're obese, or that we now can't help the fact that we've got these illnesses, when we could have actually prevented this way earlier on. So it's about equipping young people with the knowledge that this is actually not our fault. I feel like we're often blamed either for being obese or for having these health problems, or we're blamed, oh, we don't care about health, we don't value the options we have. We don't have options, and I think it's really important to let young people know that this is a collective issue, and we need to kind of push more for that government responsibility and actually ensure that companies are being held accountable for what they're doing. As you stated, we managed to get the government to ban junk food online from 2023 and on TV, which is incredible, but we've still got street advertisements. When I'm in my school at Westminster, there's Pretts, there's Leon's, and it's perfectly fine. But when I'm in South London, where I live, and I walk through my high street, or even my journey to school, I see McDonald's ads, I see KFC ads, I smell and I see things that entice me to these things. So yeah.
I mean, and it comes down to what we were saying of even just using today as a really good example, or this weekend as an example of just thinking about when you're in your day-to-day life, just how easy it is and what is dictating the things that you're choosing or thinking about in relation to food, what options are, as Christina so brilliantly set out, what options are available to us, even when we want something, how easy is it to do that? I don't know whether we can bring up some of the Slido questions, and also I want to bring you all in, and please be encouraged to not just ask questions, but make points, make this an open discussion. This is what Big Tent is all about. So does anyone? Yes, sir, at the back. Do we have microphones?
There's a microphone on the side. There's two on the stand, sir.
Two on the...
They just walk up.
Ah, you walk up. Excellent. Come and talk to us.
Hi there. It's really interesting. It's so fascinating listening to this discussion because, sorry, this is a bit. Sorry.
It's your rock star moment.
I'll be 37 this week, and I'm not. I come from West Wales. Come from a working class community in West Wales. It's really interesting. I find growing up when I was in school, I remember. You could spot the guys, the people, not there were many of them, but middle class people, because they generally were a bit bigger. And it's funny because I remember growing up, I remember Pop-Tarts. Remember Pop-Tarts came out, and people were shouting about Pop-Tarts and shouting about Pop-Tarts. There's a couple of kids whose parents were, I don't know, accountants or something like that, who were having Pop-Tarts for breakfast and we were thinking, oh my God, we were just having toast and jam, or we were just having, and it's funny because as I've gotten older, I've realized, wow, bad diet now is something which has become the domain almost of people like myself 20 years ago. Whereas when I was growing up, I've realized, God, my diet was incredible because, I was poor, but because I was working class and from West Wales, and I wonder, and I know exactly what you're saying, Christina, because I've seen that, especially going away to work and stuff in cities, and I live in a city, I live in Cardiff, but going away to London to work or whatnot, and the options are really kind of narrow, particularly you see so many fast food takeaways and stuff, but I would slightly disagree in the sense that I wonder whether the problem is, and I don't mean this in a patronising way, because it really turns me off sometimes when we say we need to be educated, but when I wonder about choice, if we can discover again that actually healthier is cheaper, healthier is nicer. It's funny, when I go to work and I get 10 quid a day subs, I'll try through those subs on KFC, McDonald's, fish, whatever, because I'm in a hotel room and I can't cook, and I go home and I think, Jesus, goodness me, it's so much cheaper to eat, make whatever veg, and the options are there, they're there. I just wonder how. It is the answer. I don't know what the answer is, but I wonder whether maybe, how do we reconnect that idea of how do people cook, how do they do this? It's cheaper. it's cheaper to live healthier. It really is, and activity-wise as well. I mean, my parents couldn't afford to buy me, I mean, obviously then it was like Sega or whatever it was, so we used to go and play football, we used to go play rugby, what have you. And I just wonder, how can we reconnect that again? And also in our world of work, in our world of, everything's, how do we fight back against things like mechanisation so that humans are active within their work, within their daily lives? Is there a way of fighting back against it? I know, like, for example, things like the Amish communities and stuff, they take votes based upon, do they have a tractor? If they have a tractor, does that mean people are going to be as active? I don't know, maybe we need to bring that into a broader debate, and how do we actually, because I don't think it's necessarily about choice. I think the choice is there, I do. Yeah. I think, most places got a Tesco, most places got an Asda, what have you, and they've all got parsnips, and they've all got carrots, and they've got leeks, whatever. Well,
Christina,
so the option's there. How do we discover that? That's just a question. It's not...
No, thank you so much. Let's open it up and come back to that. Yeah,
I hear you completely, and I do agree that it is cheaper to cook a meal, and that one meal per plate would definitely be cheaper than, a junk food order. But do we have the time? My parents, when I was growing up, I mean, still to this day, that they both work very long hours, we're working class, and so there's simply not enough time. I was lucky enough when I was younger to be taught how to cook, but and I'm speaking from the youth perspective as Gen Z, we don't get taught in school how to cook. Our parents are often at work. We aren't taught at home either, most of us. So how do we find, our parents don't have the time to cook, we don't have the skills, we haven't been taught the skills. How do we create that option for ourselves? That's why Deliveroo and Justy and all these, these quick online takeaway things are doing so well, because they are thriving off of the fact that we don't know how to cook. It's just not, common anymore, unfortunately. And I think that's it's not that we've become lazy or anything, it's just that there's genuinely just not any education around it.
It's laziness, right? I don't know how to cook. Well, I didn't know how to cook. And I'm busy, I've got a demanding job, but I know I can finish one Zoom call at work, walk into my kitchen, cook a 3-egg omelette fried in butter, and eat it, wouldn't do it on camera, and be back at my desk in 20 minutes. And I mean, it's a 3-egg omelette, right? Butter, eggs, done. And you say Deliveroo. It's quite complicated to order a Deliveroo. You've got to buy yourself a tablet, figure out how to use it. They do not come with instruction manuals.
It's easy for our generation. We grew up with technology.
Right, we're fine. Well, then that's a generation that won't have any trouble learning how to cook, because they'll go on YouTube and find a video and it'll show them. I didn't know how to do bricklaying until last week.
But isn't Mark the point that there are other drivers, and your point on the rational assumption, because what you're raising there is it's the rational side. It's cheaper, it's better for you. Why would you not do it? But a lot of our decisions are much more complex than that in terms of what influences it. Why is it that we're choosing Deliveroo?
Well, so I think it's so I'm not saying it's not easier to get takeaway. When you're on the go, it's hard. So today, I had a really good breakfast at my mum's this morning because I knew I wouldn't be able to eat on the go. There's no keto on the go offer. You can't buy an almond flour wrap. I have a shake powder in my car, and at 6 o'clock I'll go and drink it, and so I have to manage 8 hours without any food, and I've had to do a fair amount of preparation, and I get that most people can't be bothered to do that, and fair enough. It is harder, if you have my particular diet, to plan it and organise it. But if you were to plan it and organise it and cook and make one meal and put it in Tupperware and make it last a week, actually it doesn't have to take any longer. In fact, it's easier. You go to your fridge and you know you don't have to wait half an hour, and it's hot if you want it to be hot, and it isn't always when you order from one of the apps. So you do have to change your mindset, and it is slightly more difficult, but I don't think the chap asked, is it cheaper, why don't we make it cheaper? And I think it's already cheaper, and we can still make it still cheaper. And I can talk a bit about that if you want.
I'm going to bring in the lady here, and then we're going to go to some of the questions on the screen. Please do come up.
Sorry. Congratulations on losing all the weight, by the way, Mark. Amazing job. I would like to say that you said earlier, obesity isn't the only problem, and a keto diet isn't necessarily the healthiest of diets. It's working for you, it's saved your life, made you lose the weight. But I have heard lots of talk about McDonald's and Deliveroo and chicken shops, and I'd like to hear more talk about lentils and onions and other food that we should be eating and what the solutions are. So we've talked a lot about the problems. So I loved that your opening when you said about we can't go out there and get what we want. How do we change that? What's the solution?
And you've just touched on such an interesting point, because this is some of the advertising questions. So I've had challenges about the advertising policy. You're just taking away stuff, but is that necessarily increasing the provision of healthier options? And we hope with a policy like this that naturally there will be an increase in healthier options because they don't fall within the restrictions. So you'll have food companies, whether they diversify their portfolio of what they're offering, and not only are they producing healthier products, but they're also advertising those. Because if you try and, I've even Googled healthy adverts, and they're really hard to find. So our imagination of exactly what you're talking about, what does a healthy world look like? What do healthy adverts look like? What does a healthy meal look like? And we really struggle with that, because you either default to like a piece of fruit or a single vegetable, which is often our kind of cliche of that, but people really struggle because we don't necessarily see that everywhere. And actually, I should get you to talk about the recent post on Bite Back in relation to the school food, because it's so refreshing. They've just been demonstrating examples of delicious, nutritious school food to see what that looks like. So, Christina, do you want to come back to that?
Yeah, so there are multiple angles. You've already discussed one in terms of advertising. It costs nothing to these massive companies to just put healthy food in the spotlight in replacement of the junk. So that's one solution. Another is school food, where in school 192 days a year, that's a massive opportunity to get us into the habit of eating healthy and nutritious food. We often have our lunches there, breakfast, snacks. That's a perfect opportunity. I think there has to be much more focus into actually growing those habits early and getting students to really understand what food means and how important it is, because I think it's completely sidelined now. So that's another solution. And also our high street, advertising on the street itself, like I don't know if you've realised, the London Underground is actually, sorry, this is not London, but if you ever go to London, the advertisements of Deliveroo and Just Eat are all healthy because Sadiq Khan's ensured that there's only healthy advertising. That's amazing, because then you're like, oh, I'm craving a bit of sushi, I'm craving this. We still have to work on affordability though, that's the massive problem. Leon's, kind of good, kind of healthier, a healthier version of junk food, but it's expensive. To get a lentil masala plus a drink is like £10. Young people can't afford that. So working more on legislation, incentivizing companies to make their foods cheaper and compete with these ultra processed and low nutrition foods, it's really important. And I think it's all about increasing option, as I have kind of made obvious. And to your point, Mark, about it being laziness, I think I've already kind of shown that I'm speaking from a youth's perspective, and I can't state enough how difficult it is to come out of this world that has been built for us to eat so badly. Like, we go to school, me for example, I have a lot to deal with in terms of my campaigning, in terms of my work, and also just at home and family life. I am an older sister, so I do, have to babysit and take care of my siblings as well. I'm not thinking about meal planning the Sunday night because I'm thinking about what I have to prepare for school tomorrow, and I'm thinking about doing my homework, and I'm thinking about all these other things. So I think, again, and also, we're children. Like, we have parents, we have schools that are supposed to be taking care of us. We have the government, it's these institutions and these bodies, these different bodies that should be taking care of us. Even the NHS, they need to put more money into prevention rather than, dealing with the issue.
I think we can safely say Christina is not lazy. I'm going to quickly keep you speaking because I'm going to link that question to the top one here, which is such a brilliant question by Tim Morley. How might Coventry become brave enough to become a leader by saying no to poor nutrition, fast food shops on the high street? So if you are taking inspiration from what Sadiq Khan has done in terms of advertising in London, for example, what else can Coventry do to become a leader in good health?
So I took a little walk around the market with James today. There were some amazing small businesses. We found a vegan falafel shop and some other really nice smelling looking foods. Make that more prominent. The first thing I saw when I came out the station was a Burger King. No, I want to see a healthy food option that attracts me, that says to me, I can afford that, I'm going to go there, and this is the city of culture. Show me cultural foods, show me diverse foods that will attract me, that is healthy, that is affordable. Just expand the culture into food and what's available.
So planning policy being critical to this, shaping our wider environment, the proliferation of takeaways, unhealthy takeaways. Mark, on that question, how would you make Coventry the brave leader of good health?
Oh, so I wouldn't. I mean, I don't have a problem with fast food shops. If you want to increase the sales in a fast food restaurant, advertise a healthy option. Because now, fat people like me can go in there and walk out of there and pretend I had a salad, right? You've just basically you've destigmatized your brand. And if you think that's rubbish, look at sales of certain restaurants, meat sandwiches when they introduce a salad range. So I'm not sure that's the answer. I don't think we should regulate businesses
so
to
what
sell.
Is? We're going to do not.
Yeah, well,
let's
do what is.
Let's do what is. What would you do?
Right. So.
And then I saw a hand up as well. So yes, I will come to you.
I would make it easier for companies to make more money out of selling me things that keep me healthy, not incentivize them to sell me things that make me fat. So at the moment, if I went to the supermarket, they might try and give me a twofer, a buy one, get one free. Why? Because they want to get as much in my basket because they don't know they're going to get the next basket. So while I'm there, fill him up. Right. What if they knew they were going to get the next basket? Well, then there's no point selling me a twofer because I'm coming back next week. So why don't I say to my supermarket, how about I give you, I don't know, I've got a family of 4, £500 a month. It might be £200 a month. And I'll sign up like a mobile phone contract for 2 years. £500 a month for 2 years is a £12,000 basket. And in return, you don't have to heat, light, check out, transact, bill me. You don't have to label it because I can scan a QR code because I've got your app because I'm hooked in. You don't have to package it. Actually, you can sell it in Tupperware because you know I'm coming back next week. Right? So I've just solved our recyclable packaging issue while I'm at it. And by the way, if you took my kitchen scraps when you deliver my grocery, I don't think I need public refuse collection anymore either. So, a subscription model. Now, the next thing, choices. How about I say to them, by the way, since you know me, and you do know me because you've invested in my £12,000 food basket, and by the way, if we changed our supermarket as often as we change our bank, which is less often statistically than we change our spouse, that food basket is as much as a Ferrari. Now you're going to give me a fridge that's designed for the Tupperware, right? Because it's a Ferrari. In that scenario, you could then say to the supermarkets, maybe we'll rate you on how many calories Mark eats. And by the way, they'll know how many calories I'm eating because I'll tell Alexa. And they don't have just the relationship with the one person who on behalf of the family goes to the shop, but now they know what everybody's eating. Real farm to fork. At the moment, they stop at the doorstep. There's a whole load of value. Now, how much money would you pay them to manage your dietary intake to achieve your goals? I'd pay them a bit extra. I'd pay them to deliver exactly the right ingredients in a kit.
We're going to have. I'm
They
going
could
to
make more money.
Bring in, and do come and comment as well. This gentleman here, and then Tom. We want feedback from the ideas, votes at the end.
Hi, yeah, I was interested in what Mark said at the start about abdicating the responsibility, somebody else takes that on. Because when I started school in the early 70s, that's what happened. The school decided what you ate that day, and there was one choice. And then I moved to another primary school, and they brought in on the day I arrived this new concept called choice, where you had 2 options, you could choose that. I now often work in schools, and you go into schools and you'll have something which looks less like the dining hall I would have had, more like a food mall at a shopping centre, where there are lots of different stations. And yes, most schools do have a healthy option or a salad bar, but it's creamy coleslaws, it's things. So it's still not easy to make a healthy choice. There's still a bigger queue at the place that's serving chips. I'm just interested in anything that you know that schools are doing to kind of roll that back a bit. So how do we get to the point where some of those choices have already been made, that they're all healthy, or they're all within a kind of range of being healthy?
I mean, Christina, and also, I mean, James and Tom on School Food Matters, anything, come in to that, but Christina, and then...
Yeah, there are loads of, well, kind of small-scale-ish initiatives. One called Chefs in Schools, which I really love. They're basically a bunch of chefs, restaurant-level chefs that go into schools and cook up just amazing, colourful, bright, healthy, nutritious foods for young people, both on free school meals and not. And the young people eat it, they get involved, and it actually brings the community of school closer together whilst ensuring that young people are actually eating and enjoying nutritious food. And so I think a community and culture around food needs to be brought back in schools. But yeah, there's definitely solutions. I just think it's not being brought on a national scale. That's it, yeah.
Dolly, can I answer that? I'm a governor at a school, and they have something more akin to what you described. They do something called family dining. They have tables of 6. One person goes up and gets the pot, and then somebody takes the dishes away. It's, there's quite a lot of other advantages, but they don't get choice. I mean, they get cultural, kosher and what have you, but they don't get to pick off a menu. And well, I mean, it seems to work. I mean, you deprive people of choice. Of course, someone will say, but my little one doesn't like this or doesn't like that. They seem to manage, and it seems to work better. And they don't charge for it.
Yeah.
So it's free. It's free food. You just don't get to choose what you have. Fair enough.
Thank you so much for raising that, and it's so interesting you talking about the kind of proportions and even the healthy options there don't sound very easy. Tom, come in.
Just a comment on your dream of £12,000. It just sounds so soulless, right? I'm going to give 12 grand to Sainsbury's and they're going to tell me what I'm going to eat for 2 years.
Yeah.
Like, I remember growing up, my grandparents are Iranian, and going around on Saturdays, and my grandmum would cook like an Iranian haresht, and it was just amazing. And then like my English family in there, like toad in the hole, and just there's so much culture and soul in food, and that dream just shatters it. It makes it process based. And
so let me bring that to life for you. Let me bring that to life. Imagine a food showroom. Right? It looks a little bit like a restaurant. In fact, actually, imagine a food do room, which looks a little bit like a cookery class. And imagine you go and have that experience once every 6 weeks. It's a little bit like the farmer's market, and we like those, don't we? Taste it. Have the sizzle that sells the sausage. And the person there takes a courgette. That's a really boring vegetable. But you sprinkle sea salt on and olive oil, and you put it on a griddle while it's hot, and it's a lovely, beautiful thing that you have on holiday and you don't really eat at home because you boil them or something. Now imagine they say, would you like us to put that in your subscription order every so often? And you basically have a 9-course tasting menu as part of your subscription in a nice place with matched wines. And they say, would you like a bottle of that? Yes, I'd like a bottle a month. Chuck it in. Sounds lovely, right?
What about those in poverty? I mean, there are people living on, the payday that they get that month. They're not thinking 2 years ahead. I mean, I just don't think that solution is really targeting the demographic we need to be targeting.
It's definitely not targeting people who don't have £500 a month. But there is another answer. You have the budget version of that, where you say it's maybe £150 or £200 a month. Why don't you take that off my benefits before I get them, top slice it, and then the payday loan companies can't touch it. And you do an auction for the supermarket and say, I want you to feed 10,000 people a basket of this much, these nutritional standards, and I want you to do it for this price. Who's going to do it? And they compete. And then somebody wins, and they feed 10,000 families with a subscription. No, you don't get to pick it. You don't get the tasting menu.
Mark, we're 5 minutes to go, so I want to make sure that we can bring in some of the, we can continue, please come and continue the discussion outside. I'm going to bring in the question at the top from Tom, which is on one policy change, what would you choose? And I'm also going to bring in, because I think this is such an important point, but there's an anonymous question which is about this sort of creating healthier environments and making it easier. Realistically, would people, when given the choice, choose a healthier option? And your point on the schools is such a critical one, because even if it's there, is it still being chosen? And what are good examples of when the healthy option is chosen? Can we think of times when that is proof that it works, that healthier options will be chosen by anyone, majority of people? What does that look like? So, Christina, if you can remember those two. when does it work in practice that people do actually choose healthier things, and what's your one policy change going forward?
As I said, chefs in schools is an amazing example. Being Ethiopian, I was talking about it with James, our CEO, as well. My cultural food is healthy, and I've never thought about it as healthy. It's just there. So if we diversified our food culture, if we weren't eating the same 3 grains every single day, it would, food would be so much more adventurous, but it would also be nutritious, affordable, healthy. The one policy change, that's so difficult.
It's so difficult. You've already achieved so many, so this is additional to those.
Making healthy foods cheaper, so incentivizing companies, I think. But I would also make free school meals universal. So that's 2, I cheated. But
I think the school food is such a critical thing. Yeah. We're so close to it. And also National Food Strategy, which is led by Henry Dimbleby, is coming out next week. So keep your eyes out for that, because there's plenty in there on things that the government should be doing, hopefully will be doing. Mark, so when does it actually work that you choose the healthier option? I think we probably have a clear idea of when you... But I had to say your lockdown story is a very good example of it was possible, as our discussions last year showed, because you were able to control your environment. You actually created the environment that allowed you to do that.
Yeah, but I had
and
3
then
months...
to finish on your policy, your one policy thing in our last 2 minutes.
So I had 3 months out of lockdown where I had business lunches where I had mineral water and lime, and sat there and made a virtue of it. So I did have the 3 shakes a day. You don't need anything. If you have the soup one, you need a microwave. My work had one of them. So I couldn't control my environment because I don't think it's practical to ban junk food shops. So I accepted that. I can't always plan for every eventuality, so I prepared myself for it. But I did something quite drastic and extreme, and I take the point that a keto diet isn't for everybody. But equally, nor is the NHS Eat Well plate for everybody. Half your plate of starchy grains, forget that. It does me no good whatsoever. So I think, the story there is each individual knows what works for their body, or they could find out. I think my policy change would be less prescriptive about what healthy food looks like, but make it easy for people to surrender their choices to their chosen diet manager, which might be their other half, it might be themselves, it might be their supermarket, it might be a tie-up between a supermarket and a fast food restaurant. Because the issue is not the individual choice and trying to optimize for that, because actually a Mars bar every so often won't hurt you. It's over time, it's the intake. So don't make jam less sugary, eat less jam. But we don't measure that.
Yeah, I think we have a clear theme on how easy is it, the balance around us, what kind of options are there, but are they outbalanced by others, and what dictates that appealing nature of what we have around us. So please come and find us today. Enjoy the rest of your day as well, but please come and find us. Give us your reflections and ideas and thoughts. We are all incredibly passionate about this area and look forward to hearing your reflections on the session, and I hope you enjoyed it. So thank you all for coming, and thank you, Christina and Mark, and sorry Tom couldn't be here.
Mic's on the way up now.
Oh, okay. Give me a shout when...
It's on the screen.
Oh, yes. Oh, here I am. Here I am. Is it 10 past or 20 past or whatever time? Are we ready to go?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, isn't this a fantastic space? It's just amazing. I didn't come in here yesterday. So we are joined by you lovely people live and various people who are streaming this on YouTube and Facebook, and so hello to everybody who's out there remotely. So I'm going to introduce our panel. We're going to be talking about legacy, really, what being a city of culture means and how to make sure it has a lasting impact. And I'm also going to probe these marvellous people for their particular points of view rather than, so we get, personal points of view. I have to confess at this point that it's the first time I've met Debbie, and I've been a fan of hers for years. Because I think we're kind of the same age, and I was at university in London, and I started a theatre company, and Debbie had this amazing theatre company called Snarling Beasties, and they were just all over the place, winning Perrier Awards at Edinburgh and just being brilliant. And I, for some reason, was doing all my work abroad in the UK, in Europe and the US, and Debbie was like ruling London with her amazing theatre. So it's so lovely to meet you after having been a fan for so long.
Thank you.
So Debbie Isit, and I've wanted also, that's the other thing I've wanted to know for 30 years, is whether it's Isit or Isit, and it is Isit. And Trish, I've forgotten your surname. Trish Willits, who is director of BID, Buildings...
The Business Improvement District.
Business Improvement District, which she'll explain is to do with, what a time to be alive. Poor thing. Trish gets this great job to make the business and the business centre and the centre of Coventry an appealing place to work and live and visit, and then we get hit by a pandemic and nobody can go to work. So I'd be interested to hear how difficult that's made your life.
Absolutely.
And then Martin, who you'll see is not Shanine, who is the creative director of City of Culture. Martin is the chief executive because Shanine is self-isolating, unfortunately. But I think you'll agree he's equally attractive. So, guys, do you want to do a sort of 5-minute each response to this question? How do we make sure that having this mantle of City of Culture leaves a lasting and useful legacy? And then we'll take questions and I'll ask questions. So starting with Debbie.
Oh, I knew you'd start with me.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
Do you want to start with Martin because he's in charge?
He is in charge, yeah. I think that's a great idea.
Let's start with Martin.
All right, we'll start with me. So legacy, I guess, is always the big question for any of these, I guess, mega arts or mega sporting events. And I guess for us, the City of Culture, we've been thinking about this since the bidding process. My colleague Laura McMillan, who kind of led from the trust, in her title from the offset, there was the word legacy. So this is not something we come too late. And it's partly because the City of Culture title that was secured was part of the city's 10-year cultural strategy. So win it or lose the bidding process, they were still going to be investing in culture in the city. And of course, the City of Culture title has, I guess, accelerated progress against this 10-year cultural strategy. So it was always embedded from the outset that legacy was going to be very important, and there is no doubt that the legacy of former sporting and cultural events is questionable, and because it's really hard to maintain a team, maintain investment, maintain a spotlight after these massive moments. So we all have to work really, really hard to ensure that legacy is enshrined from the outset. So we've done that. We haven't got a solution yet. We haven't got a legacy plan. We haven't got our investment in place. But what we have got is, I guess, is a way of thinking. So what we did when we were building our teams and our approach was to ensure that not every single decision or not every single bit of resource or power flows through the trust. This is an independent body, but we have invested in organisations. We have producers working in grassroots charities. We support the wonderful work with the BID. We're paying for team members right across the cultural sector, but also supporting the cultural sector to try and deliver their ambitions. hopefully not getting in the way too often. There's a bit of bureaucracy obviously related to funding, but hearing what the cultural sector want to do and hopefully investing enough in them so that they can carry this forward. So the Trust has tried to not be all powerful and getting in the way short-term bureaucracy. So we created a structure in that way, but also we've, I guess, embraced the notion of co-creation from the outset as well. Again, not having a single point of expertise and saying, actually, what do communities want to do in their city, but also critically, how does that happen across the city? So not just in the city centre, every single ward in the city should be reached by City of Culture. And I guess the final thing I would say is also ensuring the City of Culture programme was about ensuring we provide platforms and resources to seldom heard communities. This is a youthful, diverse city, and the programme needed to represent that. But also what we were saying is that you don't need to be ready quite yet. You could be ready in 2 years' time, 3 years' time. This opportunity does not pass you by. And so City of Culture, we've got this big spotlight in 1 year and a plan for what comes later, so that it's not only those who were ready who take advantage of the opportunities. We can make sure we're embedding ways for people to be ready for the future as well. So how we look at the legacy is skills and investment in people, investing in organisations, and it being part of a bigger picture and not just a one-year party.
Yes, I suppose just before I move on to the other introductions, that raises a question, which is, obviously this spotlight goes, hey, you're City of Culture for a year, so you get to put on lots of events, and like Hull did the year before, and Londonderry and Liverpool. But what does culture in that sentence, City of Culture, actually mean? You know, it's not just let's have art exhibitions and put on plays and have cultural experiences, but can you just expand on how you interpreted the mantle, City of Culture?
Well, I mean, I really like the notion that through the bidding process, actually, we're a city of cultures.
Right.
So what we wanted to do is...
Which is a very different word, actually.
And so, but we wanted to recognise that, I guess, the dominant culture in the arts scene is not only what we wanted to throw a spotlight on here.
Yeah.
We wanted to make sure that food, sport, community engagement, crafts, people sharing languages, breaking bread together, this has to feature within our programme, because what we're trying to do is to build communities, build society through culture, but also what we're trying to do is to ensure that the people who have come to this city, made this city their home, they will lead this city forward. And so what we're doing is saying we want to celebrate your cultures and your culture, and we also don't want to say the traditional art forms, I guess the westernised art forms, are the most dominant.
Yeah.
And so, because that is how we need to respond to the context of this particular city. Hull is a different thing because of the nature of their city and their residents and their purpose. Derry was very different again. The next City of Culture should be different again from Coventry, because we're not creating a blueprint. It's what's right for our city.
I love that. I love that idea that it's City of Cultures, not just culture. So let's move on to Trish. Can you just
Absolutely.
give your little
So,
intro?
afternoon all. I'm Trish Willits. I'm the Business Director for the Business Improvement District in Coventry City Centre. So I look after the 700 businesses that we've got within the Ring Road, or as we affectionately call it in the bid, our moat. So any business within the moat we support and wholeheartedly love. We know when they've had a grandchild, we know when they're not well, we know absolutely everything about them. We know their Christian name, we know what they like to eat, and we certainly know what they like to drink. So I'm a mighty team of 4. Before the City of Culture started, I was a mighty team of 3. So one of the first investments that Martin and the team did was to give me another member of staff. It grew my business by 25%, which was a massive uplift for us. But when we were announced as the City of Culture on the 7th of December 2017, it was a moment for joy, cry, hug, love, touch, kiss. We did everything at that time. It was a moment to move forward as a city. I've been in the city for 5 years, and I am the West Midlands Combined Authority as a Brummie, living in Solihull, and as the bid director in the city centre. It's a moment in time for the region's change. So for me, the legacy of our City of Culture is across the board. Personally, I have been extremely fortunate to go out to Nantes and to Toulouse with Janine Bethina, who should have been with us today, but unfortunately is having to self-isolate. It's the way it is. Went out to those cities to see what they were doing with the money that they were being given. And there's Everywhere is different. As Martin said, you know, with our friends at Liverpool and Hull, how they did it is very different to how we're doing it. In Nantes, for example, the mayor gives €100,000 a year to culture. Wow.
Every year?
Every year. So if you're 10 and you want to do something cultural, he gives you the money to do that. We haven't got that beautiful luxury, but what we have got is a moment in time to move forward. What we know as a business team is that retail is no longer it. Retail is not that moment in time that you want to go and buy something and you go home. You have to create an experience. So we are a team. We are not one person. The City of Culture is ours. It's Martin's, it's yours. What we should stop saying, and what has been really crazy from the start, is, what are you going to do for me, City of Culture? I went to Martin and I said, what the hell can I do for you? What can we do with our businesses in the city centre to make an absolute difference to this moment? The golden thread of the words UK City of Culture has brought in a phenomenal investment to our city. Over the pandemic, we've lost Debenhams. Before that, we'd lost British Home Stores. I'm delighted to tell you today, those businesses are not vacant. British Home Stores gone to the Fraser Group. We're getting a new bicycle organisation coming in. We're getting new retailers coming in, USC and others. But what about Debenhams? 3 floors of West Orchards, they're gone. 3 floors of West Orchards have already got people interested. There's businesses coming in that you would never have thought would be in a shopping centre, because we realise as a business team the experience and culture sits arm in arm with what we're doing. From my learning from going to Nantes and Toulouse, we learnt that we need to make our business sexy and cultural. So from that moment in time, every new business that comes into the city, I have said, you cannot enter Coventry without a piece of art in your business.
Brilliant.
You can't come to my city until you've got something gorgeous. So just looking at some of our independents, Cafe Morso on Corporation Street has a floor-to-ceiling installation of the Collins Godiva. She looks sensational. Go take a look and buy a coffee. It looks so beautiful. Today we're opening another independent. Did you guys know we have 201 independents in Coventry City Centre? And they're all investing in our city because we're the UK City of Culture. So today we've opened the Metropolis, the most amazing new restaurant that's gone into the bottom of Draper's Bar. But again, it's not just the fact that they're an amazing business in our city and they've opened and they're independent, but they're now training wonderful Coventry and young people in the hospitality trade so that they can take those skills and move on. We're just about to open the first music venue the city centre has had in over 45 years. The Empire onto Hertford Street. That wouldn't be happening without the fact that we are the UK City of Culture. And then personally, I wanted to bring some cultural pizzazz to our amazing city, and went to the team and said what I would like to do is to bring something in called, something to do with our show windows, something to do with the windows of the businesses. We created an incredible programme called The Show Windows. But not only that, we've brought in experts to help me learn what I need to do. So next year, we start our reballot as the bid, and we go into ballot in January 23, and I will be coming out of the ballot telling everyone that we will be the first national cultural bid in the UK, because culture is absolutely through the core of everything that we're doing. The Show Windows project, just to give you a little glimpse of that and to show you where to go. The Show Windows project, we're working with the creative director, and that's a beautiful lady called Charlie Levine. Charlie Levine actually creates ITV Create. So if you watch the television of an evening and you see the art, letters ITV that have been created over the last 2 years, that is Charlie Levine. She's from Solihull. She's from Solihull. She lives with us in the bid, and we're creating the Show Windows. The title of Show Windows came very culturally from L. Baum, who wrote The Wizard of Oz. The Wizard of Oz, and in the same year as he wrote that book, he wrote a book called The Show Windows, which is a moment in time to look into show windows, into businesses and look differently. What a great time to do a project like that, because for the last 18 months we've been looking out of our windows into our roads, now come back into Coventry and look into the show windows that we're producing. We have some talent and a half. So we opened the book as our friends at the Trust opened the UK City of Culture Year in May. And we opened the book as Cov as Oz. Cov as Oz. Why would we not do that when Baum wrote The Wizard of Oz and our project? So we opened with an incredible artist called Ben Jevons, who created the Coventry scene as Oz, and we've put those on 6 of our businesses. That was May. In June, we worked with our wonderful friends at the Coventry Welcomes, and we supported them with their windows. This month, I am delighted to tell you, is an incredible month, and our installation started yesterday. Our first installation has gone into one of our independents, which is The Yard, and that's a wonderful person called Adam Nathaniel Furman. Adam is actually the artist in residence in King's Cross. He was so excited to be in our city, to bring his art. Do go down to The Yard. The installation is ready for you to see. The next installation that happened yesterday is Mammy Moo. Mammy Moo June. June came in with her son. They're staying at the Telegraph Hotel. And they've put an installation into a national brand. Who would have thought a national brand would care about the fact that we are the UK City of Culture, but New Look have taken Mammy Moo's piece of art, and it's in Lower Precinct, at the back of Lower Precinct as you go out by St John the Baptist Church. Do go take a look. We've then worked with local and regional partners to join us. So another partner that's joined us to help us with the finances is Reba West Midlands. Reba West Midlands are bringing pennies in to help, and our first Reba window is actually being designed by a fantastic architectural team, world-renowned Gensler Europe. Gensler Europe are installing their show window in the 2021 shop from next week. We've got 4 showcase windows with the Reba windows right through the year. We've then got another wonderful partner, Historic England.
I'm sorry. No, it's just I'm really conscious of time.
Apologies.
And it's so lovely to hear somebody.
See the passion.
It's so lovely to hear somebody talking so passionately, having lived through the 18 months that we've just lived through, and working in the theatre sector, watching my industry completely collapse. So it is lovely, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I know that you could talk with passion for days, and it's lovely to hear, and it's incredibly impressive what you're doing. And I also wanted to hear about this Paint We Trust. I think that sounds like, I mean, it all just sounds brilliant, but I'm aware that we need to hear from everybody, because we also have a video from Dr. Franco Bianchini in Italy, but also I want to hear from Debbie as well, who probably has a completely different take on all this, because you don't actually work in Coventry, but you're from Coventry, or are you?
I do work in Coventry, yeah.
So what, you live here, don't you, actually?
I live here, and I make my work here, and I'm a theatre maker
Hollywood movies.
And a filmmaker.
Yeah. So,
film star Trish, what do you do in the building?
What does, so how does this, what does this make you think when you think about Coventry being the city of culture, and how to create lasting legacy for this city that you
I mean, obviously being a filmmaker that sets my films in Coventry, I make a franchise of Christmas films actually called the Nativity Films that are all set in the city. And
Danger in the Manger.
And over the years, you know, I've worked with literally hundreds and hundreds of children from the city, and they've all been in my films and in the stage musicals that have been spin-offs from that. So these children have gone on, in terms of legacy, you know, they've gone on to train professionally. Many of them are working in Hollywood, literally in Hollywood. They have better contracts than I do. They have better dressing room riders than I do. They are doing extremely well. They're in the West End, they're on tour, they're in LA, they're in big movies, they're working for Disney Plus, they're working for Studio Canal, these big movies, and they're Coventry kids, and they came without a hope, without any experience, without any sort of drive, but they encountered that bit of culture. They encountered opportunity. And what City of Culture has offered all our communities here in this city is a bit of culture and a bit of opportunity. And to be honest, if for people to grab hold of that and see where it takes them is really exciting. And I know from my own personal point of view, it can take you an awful long way. Hopefully not very far away that you never come back. Because that's the other thing that's important about culture. It's about, if we train our young people particularly, we want to retain them. You know, very often we train our young people here in this city with our brilliant university, Coventry University, Warwick University, like one of the top universities in the country. And we lose those graduates. We lose them to London or to the States or wherever. So I'm very passionate about retaining our local talent, giving them a reason to stay in our city and help the next generation. So I decided I wasn't going anywhere, you know, when people entice me to LA or to London. I will work there, of course, but I will not live there, because this is where I want to make my work. And I'm so excited by the whole program, the amazing team have put out there. But I pick up Martin, you know, and Trish's points. Actually, for legacy, for an ongoing commitment to culture, we have to take ownership. We have to own our own City of Culture ideas. And I personally would love to see what we have in the city, a sort of motor fest. I would love to see a culture fest, an annual mini festival that is a mini City of Culture every year, that gives everybody something to work towards all year, from their community perspectives, from school projects, from dance schools, from choirs, art, visual art, digital filmmaking, anybody, food, anybody and everybody that wants to be working towards this festival, as I say, CovFest or Culture Fest, 3 weeks in the summer. Forget Edinburgh, come to Coventry, because it's about destination. It's about having putting a spotlight on something. You know, it's all very well people getting quality out of what they do, but every now and again you want somebody to notice what you're doing. And having a spotlight like City of Culture is really good. It's good for civic pride, it's good for tourism, it's good for lots of reasons. And we can do that annually. I believe we could. If we get together the right people who are really passionate about it, we can make a program that is inclusive, that just puts everything we've achieved here on the map, and we can grow it year on year on year and get people to come to Coventry and make our own festival, make our own work.
Brilliant idea. Yep. That was fantastic. What an exciting idea. I mean, having been involved in the Big Tent since its inception, I can tell you that you just kind of have to do it. You have to get a few people that believe in it and then just jump off the cliff, hold hands and jump off the cliff. I think that's such a fantastic idea. I think towards the end of the session, an email address is going to go up on the screen. So just to say now, if you want to ask any further questions or get in touch or get involved in any way in any of these ideas that have been raised, there will be an email put on the screen. If there isn't, I'll tell you what it is. But should we now have cut to the VT from, I have to keep looking at his name, Dr. Franco Bianchini, who's one of the associate directors for the Centre of Cultural Value in Leeds, and also visiting professor at the Sibelius Academy in Helsinki. I mean, he's global, this guy. So are we okay to cut to VT? Yep.
I'm sorry not to be with you at the festival today. Just the topic I've been asked to talk about is largely the impact of cities of culture. Obviously, these impacts change from place to place. It really depends on what are the local priorities. In some cases, like in Glasgow, which was the European City of Culture in 1990, also in Liverpool in 2008, economic regeneration was one of the key priorities, reinventing the local economy. In other cases, it's more linking the city with new technology, with contemporary culture, particularly the case for heritage cities like Bruges in Belgium, in European Capital of Culture in 2002, and also Salamanca in Spain also in 2002. In other cases, the objective, what they're trying to get out, can be to overcome issues of marginality, can be geographical, political marginality, stigmatization even in some cases, cities with a bad reputation. That was largely the case of HOW, UK City of Culture 2017, which largely worked in that respect. In other cases, you have cities that are trying to invest on young people and on diversity, seeing diversity, immigration as an asset rather than as a problem. And this is the case probably partly of Coventry, UK City of Culture 2021, a strong emphasis on diversity, also on young people, but also the case of places like Rotterdam, which was European Capital of Culture 20 years ago in 2001. So just what have cities achieved? We can perhaps look at the examples of how there was very considerable achievements also in terms of strengthening the cultural sector, raising the levels of ambition of the cultural sector and skilling up the local cultural organizations. The city achieved a lot in terms of widespread participation and also in terms of the high quality of events. There are still problems which are shared by many cities of culture in attracting young audiences and students, particularly people in the 16 to 25 age group. Maybe we need to do some more work on expanding the definition of culture to appeal more to young audiences. This perhaps will not be the problem of Coventry, which has a much more explicit orientation towards young audiences. Hull did well in attracting also people from the most deprived areas of the city, in participating in the activities of City of Culture, except for the 10% most deprived, which did not participate sufficiently in the event. Hull also obtained significant improvements in terms of the local pride and national recognition of the city, especially through the inclusion of the city on the weather map by the BBC, so that most people in the UK could at last more or less identify where the city is in the geography of the UK. There was also significant effects in terms of attracting inward investment, with a total of £517 million of investment, to some extent attributable to the title of UK City of Culture for Hull. So the other question I wanted to discuss is basically what should Coventry do to make sure that you have more sustained long-term impacts. And I think Coventry is largely doing the right things in the sense that it is a city of culture which is focused on legacy, where legacy seems to permeate the whole project. It's not something added on, it's not an afterthought. Project management, artistic quality, good artistic leadership, fundraising are important, but it is equally important in the City of Culture team. There are people who know about policy and legacy. Otherwise, you do not have long-term impacts. You also need an attitude from local politicians, which is an attitude of support, but without too much political interference. And in order to have a sustainable legacy, I think you need inclusive leadership. So you need a system of leadership which is broader than a small elite, broader than an individual hyper leader, and that is inclusive of the social and ethnic diversity of the city, and inclusive, very important, of young people. So the empowerment of young people seems to be a key thing for a successful legacy of cities of culture. You also need a legacy strategy that can take many different forms. Some cities left legacies like festivals that continue to operate after the City of Culture. Others left buildings, cultural buildings. Other cities left cultural development funds. Others left agencies that were in charge of running culture-led regeneration strategies, or in charge of continuing to run programs of events, like, for example, Lille, which was European Capital of Culture in the north of France in 2004, left an agency called Lille 3000, which continued to organize high-profile festivals linked with emerging economies in other parts of the world. China, Brazil, India, for example. And these festivals attracted private sector investment from those countries as well as investment from the governments of those countries. So, these are all, I think, essential elements for a successful legacy. It is important also to recognize that the budget for international projects can be an important continuing legacy. The volunteering program itself, HAL at about 2,400 volunteers, HAL 2017, and managed to maintain them for the years immediately after the 2017 event. These volunteers have worked on a broader range of projects beyond the culture after 2017, including helping during the pandemic and working also on environmental projects, on different forms of activism in the city. So I would say volunteering itself can be an important legacy of City of Culture. And ultimately, one of the legacies is also the strategy itself that is produced by Cities of Culture. To get the title, you need a strong vision and strategy. So probably one of the greatest legacies for Coventry, which is again reflecting on best practice from other places, is to try to put culture at the center of urban strategy in the city by having a much stronger presence of the arts in schools through creative learning, by having also a much closer alignment between the arts and health policies. We are going to face a crisis. We are already facing a crisis in mental health after the pandemic, by having culture central to the project of urban renewal of the city. Coventry, like many other cities, has to rethink what to do with retail areas, office areas, areas devoted to the nighttime economy, bars and cafes. These areas will need, in many cases, at least to some extent, different uses, and cultural uses can be very important, especially in the interim period, to avoid a dead city center effect that could be very off-putting also for visitors, investors, and also for local people.
That was perfect timing, because I was just thinking that actually he'd got to the point where he was suggesting stuff that you guys are already all over. Yeah. I mean, he said the impact, leave behind legacy on business, and leave a building, leave a festival, leave a team of volunteers, leave a culture behind that starts with this spotlight of being the city of culture and then stays on. So actually, I've just realised the significance of the prof is that his gig was to sum up the impact on Hull of being the city of culture. So that's what he was really talking about. But I feel like everything he suggested, you guys have already got covered.
I think it's right broadly. I think his assertion, though, about needing to ensure that culture is within every policy area is this bit that we still need to work harder. Yeah. And so we've started that, and the City Council have been amazing, but actually to be able to convene today national thinkers, national policy makers to go, actually culture should be impacting every single bit of our lives. And rather than being, I guess, ghettoised into a department, an events department, or trying to find some money for art, actually it needs to come from health, transport, education, environment. All of these policy areas need to be using culture as a tool for delivering their policy areas, and we have to get better at saying what we're doing matters and changes lives, and it cannot be dismissed as the soft, fluffy, nice-to-have tourism piece.
And I think that's one of the great significances of the way that you frame this as city of cultures rather than just culture is incredibly clever, because the arts always gets kicked into the side as, oh, that's the fluffy hedonists who go off and indulge themselves and don't do anything useful. And you're absolutely right that if we can include the arts and cultures in every area, we'd be doing everybody a massive favour. And you're absolutely right about mental health and education and transport. I mean, everyone, cultures and culture should be part of everything. And I really hate this idea that it gets sidelined and, you know, it becomes termed as sort of self-indulgent. Do you know what I mean? That, you know,
I think there's room for that though as well. I want the fluffy, soft, entertaining stuff. I want that as well. I mean, I'm being greedy here. You know, we won't be, absolutely, there's merit in it happening for the sake of happening.
But it's this idea
it's got to be more than that.
But I hate the idea that the arts is self-indulgent. Yeah. That we do it to make ourselves feel
and
exclusive.
I think that's the problem. That for many people, you mention the word the arts, and they just think it's for someone else.
Yeah.
I mean, as some people do about sport. You know, it's not for everybody as we know it, but actually it is for everybody because the benefits of the arts we now know are so much more far-reaching than the actual work that you end up seeing. So if you work together on a community project, a choir, you know, if you're isolated and you join a choir, your life can change for the better. You get friends, you get access to people and relationships. It can change your life. It can make your life worth living. It can stop you from killing yourself. Art changes and saves lives. That's just one tiny example, but you know, you have to blow that up large and understand the benefit and the value we need to put on arts with a small a. It is absolutely huge and financial, economically viable. As we've heard a lot about, I suppose, generally speaking about theatre because it's been in such a terrible state. You know, we're talking £1 billion industry. Film and television, a multi-billion pound industry in the UK. For the UK. I mean, it's another pet project of mine to get a film and TV studio in this city that it has attached to it a children and young people's film and television school, because the future is growing in this industry, particularly with the streamers and Netflix and Amazon. But also, you know, if you're at school and you're not academic but you're really good at woodwork, do kids even know that if they like woodwork, they could become a carpenter on the next Harry Potter film? Do they even know that they could be a track layer, the person that lays the track, the camera moves? If they want to be a delivery driver, are they aware they could deliver artists and actors to film sets and get all the gossip on the way? Like, you know, there's so many jobs, real jobs, well-paid jobs in our industries for people that are not academic, that don't want to be directors and writers, just want to work for a living. There's so many well-paid jobs, but they're in Cardiff, right? They're in Liverpool, they're in Manchester, they're in London. Why aren't they in Coventry? I have no idea, because we are right smack bang in the middle of the country. We have so many young people hungry, passionate to find a career and job security. Build it, they will come, we will come. Come on, Coventry.
Great, brilliant idea. So I think now we should take some questions from the audience. Now we've got this clever thing where you can tap in, but there's actually a hand raised now. You're going to have to shout.
Microphones there.
There are microphones, yes. But try not, I think...
My name is Noor Aziz.
Okay, hi Noor.
The speaker from Leeds mentioned about the need for the legacy to start from the onset. However, my experience is the legacy workshop just happened 3 weeks ago. We are already on middle and towards the end, and I think that's something not happening for us. That's one thing. And secondly, Gabby, I really like your idea of culture festival, where myself and Maru have worked with Trish, but 4 years ago tried to create it, but with some reason because of the money, isn't it, Trish, that we got to blow the idea away. But that is a welcome if that could happen. And thirdly, to sustain the legacy, it is the grassroots that need more support. They need support to become more sexy and deliver projects that more anti-aging. I mean, not anti-aging project, but sustainable, the longevity of it. It is the support. I don't know where we can see, I can't see that's happening at the moment, because myself representing community grassroots for people deprived neighborhood. That's it,
So you're worried that you can't see a legacy?
I can't see whether the positive that is going to the impact of it, because it's already, the legacy workshop, for example, that's very, very important, should happen during, the making of the strategy itself. But now it's happened in the middle. So how are we going to make it whole?
Martin, can I hand that to you?
Yeah, thanks for that. So the workshops you talk about are one part of our legacy process. We've been doing this since day one. As I say, it's built into a 10-year cultural strategy, and we've been imagining what comes. So we've established 4 longer-term impacts, so we've got a sense of what the legacy will look like. What these workshops are doing is trying to understand what might be the structure in order to deliver that. But what we've been doing all the way through is identifying what matters, what will the priorities be. There's definitely a huge amount of work happening in the communities, but there will be communities that aren't part of this yet, and it's still not too late. The point is, City of Culture programme continues to evolve, develop during the year, and indeed it doesn't stop in May 2022. It absolutely goes beyond. So there's a spotlight year this year, but actually legacy will come from well-resourced community organisations carrying this forward.
So no, I think in a way the answer to your question is that Martin's saying that the workshops have been about listening, but having this opportunity to have workshops in order to listen to different communities and grassroots organisations in order to learn how you can then
these recent workshops are just the next chapter of the conversation we've been having.
It's not the end.
And it's not the start either.
But it is such an important point that you just raised, because what you're saying is we have the passion, we have the ideas, but they fall down at an execution level. And that's something that can easily be repeated and repeated and repeated forever, What you need is your passion and your ideas met with facilitation, like with high-end facilitation, people that know how to make your ideas a reality. And if your problem, your block is the fact that there's not enough support on a grassroots level, then that becomes part of the big picture. Let's take our festival, our new arts festival. So you're saying, that's great, but our communities won't be able to get involved in that festival because we're not supported, we're not funded. Okay, then we cannot run an arts festival unless as part of that we give support and funding to the grassroots. That's part of the ethos of the festival. So we listen to you, we understand, we find a solution, we put the creator with the producer, we facilitate and we execute, and we end up being happy.
Brilliant.
Well said, though.
Yeah, very good. I mean, a lot of that, unfortunately, does come down to money, doesn't it? You can have all the greatest ideas in the world, but if somebody doesn't actually cough up the...
It comes down to fundraising, and it comes down to the right person being in the right position to generate that money and persuade people and influence.
I mean, I'm sure Debbie could raise money in an afternoon because she's so passionate. Actually, all 3 of you could, but you need people to talk passionately, don't you, to the people with the checkbooks?
I mean, we decided to do the show windows project before we had all the funding. We had some financial support from the City of Culture Trust, which was amazing, our own big money, but we took the mantle and we went to the National ACE team and we said we would like to be the first bid to get a national amount of money, and they listened to us and we had that conversation with them, and I'm delighted to say that we received £150,000 for the show windows project that will not only allow us to deliver some quality for this year, but then set us on our mantle ready for next year. And it's like anything with these wonderful funding streams. Once you've done it once, that is the biggest hurdle. You've then got an incredible relationship with these wonderful funders. You deliver on what it is that you've said that you were going to do. You can go back and ask for more. So for the first time ever in the UK, a business improvement district, we went out and said, we're going to be good enough to deliver the show windows, but we don't just want to do it that it's a tick in the box exercise. We absolutely want to do it that it has a massive impact, especially after a pandemic when we need to show our businesses the biggest love to help Coventry City Centre recover. We worked tirelessly for that. If any of you has applied for funding in a big way, oh my God. But I'm honoured and delighted to say, because of the fantastic support through the City of Culture Trust team, Charlie Levine and everyone, we came together and we got it and we did it. I know we talked about doing stuff years ago, but there's never been the funding in place. It's a moment in time for Coventry to say we're good enough. So go
It's a
out
springboard,
there and
isn't
tell
it?
people it is a springboard.
A giant
It's the beginning.
springboard.
Yes, it's absolutely. Debbie, it's the beginning of a moment. You've put Coventry on the map with those great things you've been doing, but it is a moment to move forward.
I wonder if there's a DCMS policy on post-pandemic legacy for the arts. I actually don't know if there is, and there should be. And perhaps I'll write something about that, because actually one of the things that the Department for Media, Culture and Sport should be doing now is looking to help not just businesses get back on their feet, but cultures. And actually, where better to start than the City of Culture and say what we're going to do is give Coventry some funding to have a festival, so that we can try and we can build back, it's all about build back better, build back better, which is great, and businesses do need that support, but so do the arts and so does culture.
Absolutely, and it's proof of concept, isn't it? I mean, here we're in the process of it's not me, it's Martin, but Coventry's in the process of delivering this amazing City of Culture year in the most trying of circumstances, and delivering it they are, and this is a moment to say, okay, we just want to do that on a smaller scale. It won't be as expensive, it won't be as challenging, it won't be as difficult, so it's going to be easier and cheaper. What's not to get?
I think a conversation with the Arts Council and the Secretary of State is
there's a question on the slide there about what's the legacy and how it's going to be funded. And I guess to give some reassurance there always is some investment from DCMS, from the Arts Council, from City Council, from Combined Authority to sustain some of this activity beyond 22, but there's much more money to be raised. And that will happen as and when there's a clear plan. That clear plan has to be in place by the end of this calendar year. So by December, there'll be a legacy plan in place for the city.
And then you will get funding.
And it's a funded legacy plan.
Right, okay,
and so
that's
with the intention that gives us a springboard, as we suggest, to then unlock other funding opportunities, but not necessarily for the trust, for organisations. Because the other thing to say is the trust has been successful at raising money, which then it distributes, but so has the cultural sector. I mean, extraordinary amount of new money coming into the city, nothing to do with us, but people feeling empowered, confident, and using the City of Culture's convening power to have those conversations. And what we risk blowing here is that convening power. We've got a short window of attention. The government is looking at us, the media is looking at the city, and we have to use this next 9 months really to ensure that focus remains on the city and the circus doesn't move to Southampton, Bradford, whoever it might be, who's the next City of Culture. So we've got a really complex task here as a partnership to ensure that we continue to make noise during this year and hold policy makers to account, make sure government is continuing to look at this city, because we do have a once-in-a-generation opportunity here.
Well, best of luck with that. I mean, anybody that's ever filled in an Arts Council funding form will know how life-shortening that process is. But if you've got a structure in place where they will then listen to you, that is great. Right, do we have another question on the screen or in the... any questions from the audience? Or anything coming up on the screen? Hello, yes. Would you like to come and speak into the microphone? It's Lady Godiva.
It is.
Only in Coventry.
Hi, Prue.
You look fabulous.
Well, thank you. I've just been supporting a new restaurant which is giving work for young people. So that's wonderful just before I came. So I think Coventry's got so much going for it at the minute, and it has got the highlight on it. But I work with so many people and have done for many years, so it's not just something for City of Culture, but I do believe that we've got so much that we can offer. Within my group that I work with is the Godiva Sisters. We also work with heritage, we work with storytelling, we work with deprived areas. But how many people know that? Do they think you just dress up and that's you? I have tried knocking on doors, and because I do believe that if you knock hard enough, maybe somebody will listen to what we actually do. So our sisters come from all parts of the world but live in our city, and we support each other, but they represent their communities. As Noor, who just spoke, she's one of our Godiva sisters, Malaysian Godiva sisters. We've got Margaret here, who's from the Chinese community. We've got, who have we got? Sayadae. So our sisters, we reach out to 30 different ethnics, cultures, faiths. We put on something that I researched some years ago back in the middle 1990s. Took a long time to get permission because we don't have a lot of money, because we're very enthusiastic. And because we're always out doing things and helping people and people asking us to do something and saying yes, we don't really have any resources to put into, say, a business to say, make this work as my mother gave me the legacy to say make it a charity, to make it the Godiva Trust, rather than just all the work you've done for the last 39 years to just fizzle out, because it's done a lot of work in education, to bring arts into education, to get children to dress up and be Godiva. After they've seen a performance from us, they answer questions, they be Godiva. And all our sisters have heroes, so we say that those heroes are on the platform with Godiva. But we haven't been able to achieve any working relationship with the city of Culture 21.
Do you know
which
each
would
other?
But we haven't really had any meaningful conversation, or how can we help each other. We will continue to do what we do because we have a passion for the city, and we love Coventry, we love its people, we know the people. And you know, the Dame Godiva's Day, which is this feast day, which is the only day to Godiva that we've brought back, we've worked with communities and schools and made wonderful things happen with music. Can that not be something, I mean, I've kept saying it will be anyway, but wouldn't it be good if this year, City of Culture, we were given some sort of boost to say, you know, they're doing the right thing, let's work in collaboration. We work with collaboration with all communities, everyone.
And you have been doing...
I have been. Yeah. So this is my 39th year as Godiva for the city. Next year, 40 years. It's a lifetime. It's a lifetime, really. And a commitment without pay, without any money from the council. It was a council decision and an official title to be. I haven't just dressed up and said, oh, I'm Lady Godiva. It was, you know, it's an appointment from the city, and I have worked in our twin cities, and they've appreciated it. They've paid for me to go over, not as a wages, but for the fare, to be looked after in a hotel, but to work with schools, to work with their cities, with their processions, to work with their communities. But it's not sort of, you know, I've worked in Russia, in Volgograd, in Kiel, in Germany, in Dresden, in Cork, in Ireland, in Belgium. You know, they appreciate that what we do is bringing the story of the whole of Coventry with us, not just about Godiva, that's part of it, but it's the whole heritage, also peace and reconciliation. You know, it's more than just dressing up. Basically.
I'm going to have to...
Sorry.
No, I'm going to have to stop.
Get a documentary crew. Get a documentary crew. Make a film.
That's a very good idea. We've got to... I've got to wrap the whole
I would
session.
like to speak to Debbie afterwards, because I think she's got the same heart. No, it needs someone that understands that you're passionate.
I suggest
Thank you.
Go and have a cup of coffee and chat afterwards, because I've got to wrap this session up because we have another session. But thank you very much, Lady Godiva. And a huge thank you to the panel for such passionate and inspiring words. I really, really hope and believe actually that you will leave a legacy, because you are so committed to it. And I think there will be a Debbie Isaac film studio, yeah.
Not Debbie Isaac,
Godiva Film Studios, and that you will make films here, and that you will make a great success of this, because crikey, if you can do it in the middle of a pandemic, then you can do anything. So congratulations, thank you for the session, thank you all for being here and coming to the Big Tent and supporting, and let's give the panel a big round of applause. Contact number and contact email, which I know I haven't got, but if anybody wants to get in touch about anything that's been raised in this session, can you do it via the Big Tent? Go onto the Big Tent website and email the Big Tent, and I will talk to Big Tent and make sure it gets directed to the right place, particularly if anybody knows anybody that wants to pay for a film studio.
Hi guys, my name is Chrissy Okori, and for the next 10 minutes I will be taking over Speaker's Corner, reading you 4 of my favourite poems from my bedroom. So these poems are very important to me because they allow you to gain insight into the things that I'm very passionate about as a poet and what drives me to create change. So the first poem I'm going to read is one of my favourites, and it's called On Our British Shores, and I hope you enjoy it. On our British shores, there's a child that goes to school hungry. On our British shores, there's a brother that's in education in the morning and the street corner at night. On our British shores, we chip in £1 for Red Nose Day to feed the poor kids in Africa, but we can't feed the ones on our British shores. On our British shores, we ship the Windrush generation back home because they have built our homes and are no longer needed. Our MPs claim back taxes for a sandwich while our NHS is unfunded. This all happens on our British shores. But we cover up our pain and shame with a royal family that only cleans up our name, Great Britain. But what is so great about a nation that sweeps racism under the carpet? A nation that enjoys the suffering of the poor so they can use it for a political campaign. A nation that watches its ship sinks while they sit in lifeboats with duffel bags of our hard work money. Ain't it funny that we claim to live in a democracy, but all this happens on our British shores? On our British shores, we act like we live in Hollywood, but in reality, we live in the slums. With no way out but a credit card and a pile of debts on our doorsteps. On our British shores, we play dress up for the rest of the world so they can see us as great. On our British shores, I guess we can say we're fake. So I hope you guys enjoyed that poem. The next poem I'm going to read you guys is called From a Society. I'm from a city that never sleeps. I'm from a generation where social media determines how we sleep, who we date, and how we think. And we think that materialistic things complete us, while we compete to stay in the limelight. With our eyes not as bright, filled with tears, but we can no longer cry as we follow trends blindly, refusing to tap out of this virtual world, built to distract us from the things that really matter. I'm from a society that molds you, that constructs you to think and behave like robots, so they can complete their mission to erase your existence, while we solely exist to help them stay rich, while we stay swimming in depths, passing the cycle of poverty to our kids. But when we no longer move to their beat, we become dirty computers, our hard drives cleaned out, casted out and called rebels and rule breakers. But what kind of rules are those that only benefit the money makers? Their pockets are fatter, while ours are thinner, and we become property of Her Majesty the Queen, as we no longer see our identity stripped and hanged on the four walls of their museums. I'm from a society that every institution was built to silence you. Your opinions and feelings, they don't matter. I'm from a society that only discusses money matters. So the next poem I'm going to read for you guys. Hi guys.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this amazing space. I'm Fiona Laird. I'm a theatre director and charity founder and Big Tent, I don't know what, person. And I'm going to introduce a really exciting session now, which is going to ask 3 questions. What is the power of culture in our city to make change? What is the importance of cultural leadership? What does it mean? What does cultural leadership mean, and what does it look like? And legacy and future, where cultural leadership can take us. So you're in for an amazing session, which is just going to flow through various people's performances and talks. So I'm going to introduce Sean Leach. Sorry, Josh Leach, not Sean Leach, Josh. Who is now going to introduce the rest of the session, and at the very end I'll come back on and force them all to take a curtain call. Sure. Okay, thanks very much.
Hi guys, I'm Josh, and today I'm going to talk to you about creativity, leadership, and in my style I'm going to go a little bit meta and talk about our evolution. Our survival as humans has always been down to our ability to adapt, and our creativity and imagination have always played a massive part of that. And there's so much creativity in our diversity, in our different perspectives, and it's our differences, ultimately, that have helped us to survive. Other animals, like, say, a giraffe, when they're born, they know how to stand and walk straight away. Everything they need to do is already coded into their DNA and their brains, so they can just be a giraffe. But human babies can't really do anything for themselves for the first couple of years, because our evolution is about having a big brain that can learn language so that we can learn from each other's experiences without having to go through them ourselves. For example, knowing which mushrooms are going to kill you and which mushrooms are going to entertain you. The thing about creativity is you need to have leftover energy to use it. When our ancestors first started making cave paintings, they were able to do that because they had enough food and water given to them so that they could live and create art. The same goes for the first person who discovered fire. Other people let them rub sticks together all day while they went out to forage and hunt. And because people looked after each other, when they did discover fire, then everybody's well-being and survival chances increased. It wasn't tied to any ideas of contributing to society. They just let them do their thing, and their thing contributed to society. That means that creativity is always from a place of abundance, and that makes art an expression of abundance, that when we're lonely, we can use that captured energy to nourish us again. It's a kind of spiritual food that creates more of itself. Culture and creativity are a way to bring people together. When we pay attention to the same things, we feel more connected to each other, and we're more likely to talk. And when we talk more, ideas and information spread faster, and we can respond quicker. Creativity doesn't happen in isolation. If businesses in Coventry want more regeneration, they need to work together to create spaces we actually want to hang out in and contribute to. We need to think about the collective experience we can provide. The easiest way might be to use colour. If you see what they did with Hertford Street in town, which I love, where now it's very colourful and beautiful, and the thing is, it doesn't matter if it's not to everyone's personal taste, because even then there's an opportunity for connection, whether that's over a shared hatred or a shared love. And there's a cafe bar there, Fratelli's, which has been opening in the evening. They play music, people sing, they dance, they do breakdancing, because it's somewhere that they like to be and they enjoy staying there. In the same way that bright flowers attract bees, colourful cities attract people. And what does this have to do with cultural leadership? Well, it ties back to our variance. Anyone can be a leader, because leadership is situational. A leader is the person who at the right time has the right quality or action that allows the group to move forward. This is important because it means who the leader is changes depending on the situation. We need creativity and varieties of people to be able to respond to our changing world and shape it. I'm going to get a little bit political now. In 2019, the Labour Party's ideas were becoming more and more popular whilst led by Jeremy Corbyn. The Conservative Party started to freak out And rather than engage with the arguments they were losing, they decided to shift their whole focus onto leadership. Because they knew if we put all our faith and energy into one person, that as soon as they could discredit that person, they could scatter and discourage lots of people's creativity and potential for change. When we rely on one person too much and buy into the myth of the savior hero, we create massive blind spots for ourselves. But when we have diverse leadership and fluid leadership, when we share our power, we increase our field of vision and we can take in more territory. That being said, don't underestimate the power that one person can have in initiating change. Don't underestimate the power that you can have in initiating change. And I wanted to talk about a personal example where this happened more recently. With the opening event for City of Culture, Coventry Moves, where if you remember they had the song, which was split across 7 different radio streams that you could tune into with your family and friends and your neighbours' devices. When I heard about it, I wanted to organise something in my street. So I went across the road to speak to my friend because I wanted to build momentum and say, oh, so-and-so is already taking part, so it won't just be us. That was my plan. Unfortunately, my friend didn't want anything to do with it. So I came away feeling a little bit disheartened and thinking there's going to be this cultural activity that's going to happen, but for some reason, we might not all be ready to receive it. So I thought, okay, maybe people just need a little bit more time rather than me showing up at their door and asking them to decide then and there. So I wrote people a letter, said, hey, this event's happening. If you're interested in taking part, please put this letter up in your window and I'll come organise it sometime in the week. As I was coming back, one of my neighbours came out to greet me and she said, oh, I'd love to take part, but I'm not going to put the letter in my window. So I thought, okay, you want to take part, but you don't want to communicate with me in the way that I asked you to. So now I actually have no idea who else on the street wants to take part at all. Only one other person put the letter up, and I thought, oh my God, this event it's going to flop on my street. It came to 8 p.m. and half the street just showed up. It was a really nice surprise, and people stayed out talking to each other long after the song had finished. Before I'd like to go, I'd like to leave you with a call for action. With City of Culture and the events that are happening, don't just invite your family and friends, invite your neighbours too. We're in a loneliness epidemic, and it can be really powerful for someone to ask if you want to come too. You might have a positive effect on their lives, and they might have a positive effect on yours. Thank you. We're going to have some animation and poetry and some collaborations, as well as some dance coming up now, and some more speakers. Thank you.
Hi everybody, my name is Melissa Smith. I'm a creative from Coventry. I also work as a community organiser for a local charity called Grapevine. Creativity and community is at the heart of what I do. I'm on a mission to encourage more people to find creative solutions to live their best lives. We take a shared leadership approach to community action. We've all gone through unprecedented times. Being trapped at home without proper contact or interaction, it's left people feeling alone and isolated. However, for some, loneliness and isolation is not a new thing. Having a long-term health condition or a disability often brings barriers for people when trying to access a good life. Restrictions to travel, not having any friends to meet up with, access issues, and lack of understanding are just some of the things that place people into their own lockdown even before the national one started. It doesn't have to be that way though. when you give people options and opportunities to rediscover their talents and skills and support them to develop their ideas, truly magical things can happen. Take New Vibes, for example, a group of people fed up of not being able to enjoy Coventry's nightlife. They came together to share their first-hand experiences of the difficulties that they'd faced. But more importantly, they came together to share their ideas for solutions. And they went big. They wanted to create an accessible night. So with the help of JJ's nightclub and the team at Connecting for Good, they worked on pulling this together. They started to attract attention, and it wasn't long before Simon Green, a photographer from Coventry University, got involved. He took them under his wing and coached them to become DJs and photographers. Everyone had a role, everyone had a purpose, everyone worked together, and they did not just one, but 2 inclusive nights at JJ's before the lockdown happened. They've since gone on to DJ at venues across the city, including doing a warm-up act for Jerry Dammers. During lockdown, they hosted music and quiz nights, and 2 weeks ago, they had their first photo exhibition at Fargo Village. Their strapline is "Fight for your right to party." Another example of thinking creatively to tackle loneliness and isolation is Creative Kindness. Their mission is to connect together to make simple crafts that promote well-being and kindness. They started in Coventry Library a couple of years ago, meeting weekly for chats and crafts, tables full of conversation and laughter, people connecting with each other whilst making beautiful bookmarks or cards that they'd then go on to leave across the city as random acts of kindness. Lockdown brought a new set of skills for them, online working. For Creative Kindness, this allowed for new connections. After an online film screening of a craftivism documentary, they joined forces with other groups from Coventry and creatives, and they formed Coventry Craftivism. Together, they are working on campaigns that raise awareness of important issues, such as "We are all smear ready" and messages for the climate talks in Glasgow. Why are these stories important? Well, more often than not, I hear people saying, "Oh, that's a nice activity," or "Isn't that lovely?" What they don't realise is that by coming together to create and make, these communities are boosting their well-being, improving their health, and working together with a shared purpose. And they're addressing important social issues. They're making a real difference, not just to their own lives, but the lives of others. To quote Margaret Mead, "Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has." Not enough emphasis is put on the creative arts for health and well-being, and that needs to change. We all have the power to change our situation, but doing it alone is hard. Sometimes all we need is a helping hand, someone to walk beside us, someone to bring out our skills, or a safe place for us to go. The better that we can connect with each other means that our circles of support will be stronger. So when we do face difficult times, we have a whole community behind us. If my talk has resonated with you today in any way, if you'd like to change the world in some way, or maybe you need a helping hand, a new sense of purpose, or if you'd like to share your skills, passion or time, come and find me afterwards. I'll be by the doodle wall outside, or check us out on socials at Connecting for Good, Cov. Thank you.
That stretch of grass, not a waste of space. Don't come along here to state your case, to build another student block, leaving residents in horror and shock. We can make our city better. but we need to keep it green. Who wants to see a place where no bird is ever seen? Green space makes us happy and calm. Coventry even used to have a farm, but greed took over and the need to build more. But chopping down our trees means we're losing for sure. Too many people with not enough space, not being free to move without someone in your face. Empty buildings just left to rot. What's really important seems we've all forgot. A city of culture is not made of stone. It's about people relating to the place they call home. Having some pride in the place that they live. So many different people with so much to give. It's not too late to change what we do. We can make this city great, but it needs me and you.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Coventry. Always wanted to say that. Sorry. I'm Alexandra Johnson. I'm one of the 15 cultural leaders who have been recruited by Coventry City of Culture, like everybody else today, and I'm very excited about it. I'm also a writer. I'd like to introduce you to Jean. Jean works in finance. She does something with numbers. She usually wears something with a sequin or maybe some glitter, and she rather likes an animal print, particularly on a strappy sandal. Jean runs the kitty for the nice coffee and biscuits. She comes round with an envelope for every birthday, funeral, christening, sponsored swim, and you silently wish that you could avoid Jean. You don't want to put into her collections, really, but you enjoy the card and the present on your desk for your birthday. And she puts it there on a Friday if it's the weekend when it falls or you're on holiday. You enjoy the cakes for the special days, and it's always fun when she arranges the tickets for the ABBA night, the panto, the Christmas party. She makes sure that everybody gets to let their hair down at least once a year. Nobody gets away without having a good time. And Jean isn't paid to be social secretary for the firm. Jean has never been asked to do any of these things. Jean just saw a gap and decided to fill it. Jean knows that everybody needs to feel special just for that one day of the year. She knows who can't afford the contributions. She just gives them a wink as she wafts past with her manila envelope in a vapour trail of Chanel No. 5. Jean's been with the firm since the early 80s, before there was the internet and the intranet. She started with a paper list and a fool's cap envelope. Now she can get your contribution by direct payment, flick of your wrist or your phone. She can even give you a receipt, but you trust Jean, you don't need a receipt. Jean does her job perfectly, and she is the picture of professionalism. But Jean is never considered to be the stuff of a manager. She's been overlooked. Promotion after promotion. Oh, it's just Jean. She doesn't push herself forward. It's not like she's a leader or anything, is it? Well, actually, she is. Jean is quiet, effective. She's an undervalued cultural leader. Jean raises morale. She unifies the workforce, and she makes work a lot less like work. Without her, the isolated would remain out there on their own. She gives the year structure beyond the columns of the accounts package and the annual leave chart. She's the glue that keeps everyone together, and no one even notices she's doing it. You know, she didn't even mention it
when she didn't receive a card or perhaps a little bunch of freesias on her desk when her Charlie died. Knocked her for 6, to be honest. Joyce would usually have stepped in. She does for Jean's birthdays, but Joyce was having her knee done. Jean is an unseen leader. Maybe you're Jean, because I know I have been. She creates a bridge between the everyday and the special. She brings the arts to the desk jockey. She gives the team a reason to go out and see that band or that show or that performance that they thought about, but probably wouldn't go on their own volition. We need to recognise every Jean. They're out there. We need to value them, nurture them, know what we've got in them. They bring us together and they show us a diverse spectrum of what's out there to enjoy. They bring us fun. Cherish Jean, respect them, nurture them, and in a world of grey, you can be Jean. Thank you very much.
Hi guys, my name is Chrissy. I'm a spoken word artist and I'm going to read you a poem called Of Pure Ivory and Gold. I am her, crafted by my motherland, made of pure ivory and gold. I have broken every chain, broken the chain of oppression, made of pure ivory and gold. Deep in southern Zimbabwe lay my ancestral mothers, warriors, fearless, strong, Ndebele women. In the west, my father's birthplace of Nigeria, lived the Igbo tribe. Activists, public speakers, strong, fearless women, freedom fighters. I am my mother's child, carefully molded in my mother's womb, made of pure ivory and gold, molded for greatness. Blessed are those graced by my presence. Blessed is the world that I rest my feet upon. A great one once said, freedom cannot be achieved unless the women have been emancipated from all forms of oppression. Freedom is what I require. Freedom of peace, freedom to be one with the world. I am her, crafted by my motherland, made of pure ivory and gold. Hi guys, my name is Chrissy Okori and I'm reading you a poem called I Am. I am a melanin queen, a rare diamond found in the rich African soil. I am Africa's lost child, making my way back home. I'm living the dreams my ancestors started. I am the light at the end of the tunnel, the end and the beginning of a new creation. I've been crafted by my motherland, handpicked to bring Africa's lost children back home. Gifted by my ancestors to the world to change lives and bring light, to finish what they started, to bring a new way of life. I am mighty and courageous, protected by the hands that chose and molded me. Mama Africa is calling me and I have answered. I am a rare diamond found in the rich African soil. I am a legacy left by my ancestors for the world to see.
Hello there, leaders and thinkers at the Big Tent. I'm Tam Sinden and I'm one of the 15 City of Cultural leaders. I want to explore how arts and culture, creativity, create the social interaction that facilitates civic engagement and safe civic spaces where our assumptions can be safely challenged and transform our relationships with people, place and planet. I believe challenges to our work conditions, social, economic, community and environment can only be resolved and progress positively through co-design, collaboration and embedding inclusion at the core. My hope is that everyone experience hope, joy and play through equitable access to arts and culture, how to enable more people to be represented, valuing all our differences and care for all. I believe in the transformative power of arts, culture and creativity. I believe it is an injustice that not everyone gets to benefit from this because of inequality. I am a dreamer, and I believe dreaming of what's possible is the magic that accessing, engaging and making arts and cultural activity brings to the world. Through arts and culture is how we see and understand one another. It's how we express and imagine a new reality and future. It is so crucial to how we think about solving the issues of our times. As leaders, with our power and privilege, we must ensure we play our part in the continuum to equality. So at the Big Tent, exchange the exciting ideas, opening up different creative ways of thinking about doing things, and crucially, to have the lens of equality, valuing difference and ensure inclusion and belonging for all.
Tick box talk. When challenged on the subject of whether Black lives really matter, I'm averse to add my dulcet tones to this infuriating chatter because, to me, it seems quite obvious that although all lives have worth, that we continue to be gaslit, misled on purpose, in our search for equality and inclusion in a world built on division. Demonstrated every moment, microaggressions, micro-incisions. For if white males the world over cared about fair game and treatment, you'd expect Me Too and equal pay protest to be less frequent. When you show white wives and daughters that their old man can walk the walk, when you pay your women the same as you, hit me up. I'm all ears. Let's talk.
I wrote these words for everyone who struggles in their youth, who won't accept deception instead of what is truth. It seems we lose the game before we even start to play. Who made these rules? We're so confused, easily led astray. Let me tell you now, everything is everything. Everything is everything. After winter must come spring. Everything is everything.
Hello everybody, and yeah, that was so amazing. We are here to talk about legacy and the future, and just to briefly introduce ourselves, my name's Ellie House, and I'm the COO of a charity called Feeding Coventry, and we operate the city's largest social supermarket and also several food hubs across the city.
It's good to be here. My name is Laura and I'm an artist, founder of an organization, Mawoko Arts, that uses art to build bridges, especially with a focus on migrant communities. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, it's on. I hope you're all well. My name is Tyler Campbell. I'm 20 years old. I'm the founder of Fridays Coventry. Fridays Coventry is a youth initiative I set up to prevent knife crime and gang violence in Coventry. We're trying to tackle antisocial behaviour and better young people's future at the same time.
So, starting us off in this conversation, we are talking about legacy and what that is to us. So, the first question to ask guys is, Ellie, what's legacy in your world?
What is legacy in my world? Well, I guess in Feeding Coventry, we like to see people on their journey wherever they are at. And so what that means is that we're creating a space where everybody feels nurtured and safe and supported. And we want to create a space where, you know, eating good food and eating food together and celebrating together is not a luxury. It's part of community and part of how we share experiences with each other. And that's one of the ways that we kind of build in culture and creativity into what we do. And so I guess legacy for me is really about trying to sort of create the foundation and the right environment for that to flourish. So where we have a situation where people don't look with suspicion on people who need to access services to get, you know, food for their families or need extra support, and that we are, you know, inclusive of everybody, and when we think about, you know, how we're going to celebrate and bring creativity into our communities.
So when you talk about people not bringing suspicion, what's that? What does that look like? Like what?
Well, it's really interesting. I've been with Feeding Coventry for a couple of years now, and we took over Fossil Community Centre as our main venue. So what it looks like when you go in is it looks like maybe like a farmer's market, sort of crossed with a supermarket, but there's every kind of food that you could want there, including like frozen and fresh and
steak.
And steak, yes.
Steak
Got everything. And you can get a whole shopping bag for £4 instead of, it's probably worth about £25 worth of food. And contractors who would come in would say, well, how do you know that people really need it? You know, how do you know that they're not just lying to you and they just want a bargain? And it always used to kind of make me smile because it surprised me, because I thought, wow, you really don't know. You're so lucky. You've got an amazing, you know, you've got a consistent role and a job, and you're obviously bringing in money, and you don't know that there is some people who use their food budget as the flexibility to live. So, for example, if you have, if you've got an urgent, electricity bill or particularly high gas bill over the winter months, you're not going to not pay that because the utilities will cut you off. So people use the food budget and household budget in order to sort of flex the things that they need. But aside from that, people come in self-identifying as in need of help and support. That is not I just can't think of any examples where people do that just because they're trying to make a fast one. It's actually something that can make people feel quite ashamed and quite, there's like a humiliation in having to ask for support for the most basic things. And that is another reason why we want to create this space where there's no judgment and that we're celebratory and inclusive in our approach, because that's, it's not a good place to be, and so you need to be uplifted in that space.
That's such a service that's full of heart, isn't it? Yeah, that's really beautiful. Thank you. How about yourself, Tyler? What's legacy?
Legacy to me is leaving a positive impact. We need more people to be more passionate about different interests, because we've all got a different interest that we like. If you're not connected to one thing, there's definitely a connection that you've got that will help someone out. So I think we all need to start being a bit more, like maybe even a bit more like just keep bringing a positive impact to people. Let's have passionate people who are in the future. The young people are the generation, so we need to teach the young people from the start. We need to teach the parents and the families about what people feel and what change do you want to make. If you don't ask, you don't get. So it's all about just talking to people, asking what they want, and we've always been doing that within Fridays. We ask people all the time, what do you want? What ideas do you want to bring? Is there any prizes that you want? And I think that's what it's all about. We've also got different activities within Fridays. We've got a youth board as well, and they're going to be our real heart engine of Fridays, where they're going to bring in different ideas. It's in like their own little youth council where they can provide different projects, and we need more passionate people, and everyone has a talent. Everyone in this crowd has a talent. I know you got talent, so come on guys, let's all work together.
That is so powerful. Do you have something that you want to ask Tyler?
Yeah, I was just going to say, what do you think the barriers are to achieving that legacy, specifically for young people?
I think the barriers are yourself. Only you can control you. So if you want to achieve any goal, you can achieve it. Push yourself to any limit you want to get. If a dream doesn't scare you, then it's not the right dream. You guys need to push for any dreams that you want to get, talk to people around yourself, and the barriers is really you stopping yourself. Doubt will kill more fail than success will ever do. So please guys, believe in yourself, keep pushing yourself, and remember why you're doing something. It's to better the future, it's to better yourself, it's to better people around you.
So important.
That's so good.
How does legacy relate to your work, Laura?
Oh, okay. Is my mic okay? Is it working now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. So for me, it's really experiencing, and the next generation. I don't want the next generation to go through what I went through. I want, for example, I could say there's in the communities, okay, we work with women from migrant backgrounds. So I remember this lady that I spoke to some years ago. I met her quite a few years ago, and she's Muslim, so she wears a hijab. Okay, very intelligent, mathematician. She's into science and all these things. That year that I first met her, she was struggling to find a job. Fast forwarding 5 years, 6 years later, she was still in that same place. And it's quite sad, because when she was relating that same story that we spoke about 5 years ago, and then what I'm talking about now is like the last time we talked about that, it's again like 5 years ago. That's like now 15 years to today.
Yeah.
So it's like if her story has impacted on her children. So this is what's happening right now. Her two children decided not to do much with their education, but these children were born here in this, in this country. So they said, Mom, if you are going through what, everywhere that you're going, you are being judged because of who you are, because of your accent, because of this. But again, these are topics that we see them in the newspaper. We gather in places like this, and we talk about this. So what is it? Where are the gaps? There's something about implementing, there's something about where is the action, of actually doing something that does not impact, the younger generation like yourself, Tyler, because we don't want young people to be fighting the same things that we've just been sweating out and fighting. So it's a generation that really has like a legacy that has tangible change. Like that's the change. It has happened something. There's a movement going on that's tangible.
Yeah. I think that's really interesting, because I think it's so important that we listen to people's experiences when we're responding with cultural leadership or creating initiatives. One of the other things that we do in our organisation is that we don't require anybody to be meeting certain benefits. We don't ask them to demonstrate.
how much money they've got, to prove that they are poor enough to access the thing that they want to come in and do. It's open access because it's based on what that person actually needs. And some people just come in on a couple of occasions and then they will join our gardening group, which I know, like Tyler, you've been down to.
Big up the gardeners out here.
But it's amazing, isn't it? It's like, it's such a great, it's
really
such a nice vibe in the community garden where we're all growing food together. And it's another place where people can just kind of hang out. And I'll like come back to sort of like what Josh was saying in his in his speech. If you have to create places where people actually want to hang out if you want to build community. And it's all about not, we can't be exclusive about that. It has to be, if you want to get involved, then you bring your passion and your skills and your enthusiasm, and then and we build more than the sum of its worth.
No, that's too true. And we've talked about what legacy is to us. I think if we have time, we can talk about what it means to you as well. But we really want to go back to Laura's point about the outcome. There needs to be an outcome in all of this as well, within the legacy. To me, we believe that young entrepreneurs is the new way to be. We think it's the new future. Young entrepreneurs, everyone's creative, everyone's got talent, everyone's got potential. It's about pushing people positively into the right direction about where they can take that and where they can actually get the success they want. Success is so different to everyone else. Everyone's got a different kind of success, but we should all deserve to be at that successful stage in our lives.
Yep. What does the outcome look like for you?
What does the outcome look like?
Yeah, for you.
The long-term legacy.
Yes.
Yeah. I guess I would like it to be recognised that creativity and culture has a really demonstrable impact on people's well-being, and that you can connect it with people's actual physical needs to make it like a safe and nurturing space for people. And I think that's really important, because I think a lot of the time when we deliver public services, we say, oh, well, what's the need? How can I tick that box as quickly and as effectively and as cheaply as I possibly can? And that is not the way for me. It's the way is listen to people, what it is that they say that they need, and provide a lovely experience that makes them want to come back, sharing the same joy that you've created, and it will be self-sustaining. Most of our volunteers started off being members of the social supermarket, and I think for me, that brings me so much joy, because I just think what we're doing is actually working.
Thank you. I'm just thinking, we talked about implementing, and the question of around, okay, we are here today, and there's so many summits that go on around the world, so many conferences, and good ideas come out of that. But then the next thing is what happens after that. Yes, notes will be taken, there will be documents that are written, but the question is, we are at the moment talking as the 15 leaders. Who will pick up those questions that we have in order to actually implement and see it come to life? This is something that we've been talking about. We feel energized now. So again, going back to the legacy, going back to the action, I would say collectively for us, it's that thing really coming to life. Yeah, what that is. Do you have something to add about that? Because we had a bit of a conversation on that.
And we're all about asking people, what do you want? So can we ask you right now, what does legacy mean to you? If you want to just shout any answers out. Progress. Someone said progress. That's great legacy. There's no right answers either. Wait, pardon? Sustainability. That's what we need. That's what we need. Anyone else?
Leveling up to the next step when it comes to our society.
Aye, big up, big up. All right, leveling up to the next step. Come on. Any more answers? Oh.
Yes. Yeah.
No, thank you, thank you.
And consistency came from that side.
And consistency as well. So we believe all you have to do is ask people, what do you want? There's only a few answers that we've already said today, and we've already learned about what else we can change. If we all just come together, talk as one, there's going to be a big, more impact, definitely. Working together is much better than working as one. Let's all work together.
I think there's a lot to be said about the energy that you're bringing, Tyler, because like that's what creates the motion, the forward motion, and that's what we all need to kind of vibe on, I think. Yeah,
definitely.
So I think as we are wrapping up, it's about the simple act.
It is. Yes.
That simple act, that everyday act where one feels they're not an organization. What is it that one can do in their everyday life?
If we all change 1% positively more each day, then we're bound to have more positive change in our life. If all it takes is just one habit, one good habit to be in our lives, to keep pushing on and leave that negative habit alone, and we're going to always be changing positively. I think there's one more comment at the front. I'm sorry, what was?
I was just going to ask a question.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, my question was basically along the lines of, hello camera, was along the lines of the thing that I've kind of picked up from a lot of this is this idea of resource, right? For creativity to take place, there's an idea of we need a kind of an abundance of resource. So I guess there's that spare time. People aren't flexing their budgets. For example, on food, I think was an example used, but also like emotional and taxing. So I think as a society, we're really good at kind of noticing a problem, realizing it's a problem, wanting to do something about it, but then what? What can people actually do to be leaders? Because we're talking a lot about kind of working together, right? I'm great, all for that. But you need someone to lead that togetherness. So great, there's 15 leaders here. We're talking about the impact. What, for example, to use me as an example, what can I do to become a cultural leader in the next, say, 5-10 years? What practical advice can you give us?
Great question, by the way. Great question.
Yeah. Who wants to take?
Yeah, go on. Someone wants to answer? Yes,
Becky.
Go on, Becky. Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
that's true.
Did you hear that?
Very true. Yeah, I did.
People in the room to use the mic at the front, please, so that people that are watching the stream can also hear that.
Yeah.
Sure. I think Becky
Big up Becky, she said step out your comfort zone. If we don't step out our comfort zone, we're always going to be in the same kind of habit or same situation we was in before. You need to step out to make the change. So back to your question as well, amazing question. I think what we need is your support, your passion. Whatever you're interested in, there's an opportunity that can be provided. So everyone's got a connection in different ways. If it's not one subject, you're definitely going to have a connection in something else or have a person that you know. So I think it's all about that connection and bringing that involved.
Yeah, I totally agree, and I think it's like just being willing to be part of the conversation, I think, is really important. At the social supermarket where I work, we're engaged with a lot of artists, and we have people who come in to Skillshare, and so they will bring something to do sort of like a collective activity, and we'll make food together. And really, it's quite resource-like, to be honest. Like, there isn't a lot of cash needed in order to facilitate that kind of thing. Yes, it totally is, yeah. But I think that one of the things that we really see is that even though there's a drain on people's emotional resources, being under-resourced and having to access these kind of services, when they come in, they feel nourished in more ways than one, because it's that collective action and conversation and like togetherness, and it's the connection with people that really brings the difference. So yeah.
And I think what I can add to that around your question is get involved.
because each and every one of us, we've got something to give. There's this, oh, okay, yeah, go on.
Oh, no, sorry, I was going to ask a question, but I can wait.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I was just saying, get involved, because there's something that Josh shared around leadership, that we have it in us in different ways. And then when we mix that up with what Becky said, going out of your comfort zone, and also tapping into that, just knowing, even if you don't know, it's like it is there. It's sitting there somewhere. Get involved.
You've got talent.
Yeah.
Everyone's got
it's
talent.
It's there somewhere.
Everyone's got talent.
Yeah. So once you step in and you get your hands in there, it will come up. And you will be the leader that you were meant to be.
We're getting told off, but thank you so much as well. I hope you have a great day. Sorry. But I hope you all have a great day. And please come to us at the end.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Laura.
Oh, is it time?
Sorry, man.
Yeah. Is it time? Oh, okay. So in closing our conversation, I just wanted to read this. Okay. A few words that I wrote for us. Face to face we stand, away from the round tables, away from piles and piles of policies, paperwork. Face to face we stand, declaring, articulating, acknowledging who we are, our history, our today, our future. This is real life in real time. Lived experiences, captured, navigated, embraced, echoed by the 15. This is real life in real time, echoing the voices of many, the abused, the celebrated. Trauma, joy, fire, laughter, embodied. What's next? More conversations or action? This is real life in real time. Mental health challenges wreaking havoc in our homes, stealing young people's away in our streets. Mother Earth is groaning in pain. Hostile environment, immigration issues, racial attacks, homelessness. This is real life in real time. As we breathe in, out, what's next? More conversations or action? So we are inviting you to radically love and serve communities with us, to converse with us, radically listen to us, implement with us, take action with us. We are here. We are the 15, the cultural leaders, not just on paper. Thank you.
Oh, my.
So, am I wired for sound? So I just wanted to invite everybody that's taken part in that amazing, extraordinary, thought-provoking, engaging session from the 15. I want you to take a bow, guys. That was absolutely brilliant. Thank you very, very much. Take a bow. Bow. Hey. Thank you so much. Thank you all very much. That was absolutely amazing. I think what the 15 are doing is extraordinary. And that session could have gone on for hours, and I'm sorry we've had to wrap it up, but it was fantastic. Thank you very, very much.
So thank you very much for joining us here, either live or also this will be a recorded session and live broadcast as well, so which is fantastic. So this particular panel is sponsored by the HALO Trust. It's on resilience and prosperity. My name is Catherine Mulhern. I'm the CEO of an impact fund called Restitution. It provides litigation funding and support for post-conflict and fragile states in their fight to return the billions of dollars of assets stolen through bribery and corruption. I want to welcome everyone here to this session on resilience and prosperity. This is being hosted by the HALO Trust, and as the CEO of an impact fund, the power of the private sector as a force for good is something that is very much on our minds as well, and a driving force in our strategy. We are currently working with HALO on an impact bond in Angola, and we are delighted to be working with HALO on this particular project and also on this session. We have 4 panelists today. To my left is Dominic McVeigh, who's a British entrepreneur. Next to him is Veronica Bolton-Smith, Chief Operating Officer of Invest Africa. Next to her is Ibikin Adebayo, who's co-head of Emerging Market Strategy for the London Stock Exchange and a Director of Restitution. And then next to him is Camille Wallen, Director of Strategy at HALO. So we're conscious of the fact we only have 15 minutes. So the way we're going to run the session is essentially as a Q&A amongst the various panelists. But that being said, we also want to make time for comments and questions from you, the audience, as well. So there are 2 things. One is a QR code that we have, and the other is a website that you can go on to and type in questions. We also have microphones on either side, so we'll leave 10 to 15 minutes or so at the end of this session to allow for questions. So I'm delighted to have these esteemed panelists and want to really open the session to talk a little bit about COVID and the impact of COVID. The OECD put out a report, a prescient report, in June 2020, which essentially stated that the COVID-19 crisis risked creating major setbacks in funding for sustainable development in the global south. The report predicted that domestic economies in the global north would suffer significant loss in economic activity, which would lead to a knock-on impact in terms of aid and development. Certainly it's prescient, but it's one of many crises that we're dealing with post-COVID. I think for many of us, the issue in the global south is both financial, with debt burdens. It's economic in terms of a decrease in economic activity and a global contraction of up to 7%, particularly in the global south. It's also morphed into a health crisis as well for those of us who've been looking at the daily papers and watching what's going on in terms of vaccinations. So really from our perspective, one of the things that we'll be looking at in this panel today is how private capital and other forms of support could potentially help. So I'll ask my first question to Ibikin. Ibikin, what do you see as the key crisis now post-pandemic that needs to be dealt with most urgently? And how do the markets fit as a solution?
Thanks, Catherine, and good afternoon to everyone. And just echo your comments in terms of thanking HALO Trust for their hospitality and also to the organisers for putting on another excellent event. So I think there are really 3 main challenges that I see for Global South in and amidst the COVID pandemic, and that's primarily challenges around healthcare and its provision, population growth in centres such as Africa, and climate change issues. And on healthcare in particular, I think an example can be thrown out, which is that in Gambia, where in 2019, about 55% of Gambia's health and aid budget came from the UK. In 2021, Gambia is one of the countries that will no longer be supported by UK government. And whilst this isn't just purely a UK government issue, and this is the same of many other global north donors, it creates a massive challenge in a country like Gambia. And preventable diseases and controllable diseases like HIV, malaria, and in fact COVID itself could well become a major issue. So it's really a huge issue that's currently there in that country. In terms of population growth, and I'm talking specifically here about Africa, By 2050, the UN states that Africa's population will double. So about 30% of the entire world's population will be on one continent. And there you have a specific issue around education and all of the challenges that come with population growth. And one particular one, again as an example, is if you take an average mother in a rural area in Africa, she will have 6 children. If you send her to primary school, she'll have 3 children on average. And if she leaves a rural area and goes to an urban area and has a post-school qualification, whether it be academic or vocational, that number comes down to 1. However, again, education budgets are being severely crippled by, again, this inability for Global North to continue with its aid obligations. Now, there's in particular one group in Mozambique, which is it's an NGO called the International Planned Parenthood Foundation. That is set to close in 6 months' time, and this organization provides education to young women and really gives them that kickstart that they need in their endeavors. And then the final area is, that I mentioned, is around climate change. And again, it's interesting, the intersection of 2050, which is Africa's population moving to 2.5 billion, but also global targets around net zero emissions. Africa right now, if the levels of investment continue where they are, only 2.5% of all energy across Africa will actually be produced from renewable sources, which means, again, that as an entire world, we will potentially miss those 1.5 degree targets as set down by the Paris Agreement. So huge issues, but what can be done about this? And I think this is the question that Catherine's posing. To what extent can private investment be used to mobilize and come into the vacuum that's been created by the issues? And one of the things that has really interested the London Stock Exchange Group about the work of restitution is that it seeks to challenge this issue around illicit financial flows. And for those that aren't familiar with that, a very quick explanation. About $1 trillion every year is lost from Global South countries and Global North countries, flowing out through either schemes or mechanisms that have been enabled by international financial centres. So that's losing money through state-owned companies, through acts of corruption and malfeasance by a range of bad actors. Now, in Nigeria, that's really illustrated. Between 1960 and 1990, about $400 billion was lost to illicit financial flows. Today, that could be worth $2.5 trillion, which would be larger than the sovereign wealth fund of Norway, which is the largest in the world. So what can Global South countries do to mobilize their efforts to effectively bring back these capital, this stolen patrimony? Well, restitution's model, which is very interesting, and again, one that is being supported and partnered by the London Stock Exchange, looks to bring private capital together to fight that anti-corruption and unpick that construct of corruption and actually trace and recover monies that would be put back into managed repatriation strategies across those countries. So investing in things like healthcare, in climate change and energy transition, and in infrastructure and other things that are vitally important. So it's very important, though, as actors within this piece, that there's no moral imperialism that's involved. So the work that we do and the work that restitution does is very much in partnership, in deep relationship with the sovereign governments that we interact with. But I'll stop there, Catherine.
Thank you. Thanks, Vivian. There's a follow-up question, which is probably best aimed at you, but also at Ronnie as well, which is, you've talked a little bit about restitution and impact investing. The other term that's often gets thrown around quite a bit is ESG, and ESG investing. And for those of you who follow the financial markets, as of 2020, there was what we term new capital, so new investments in ESG of $51.1 billion in 2020. A single global investment fund has said that they want to deploy $750 billion in terms of investing, financing, and advisory activities by 2030 in terms of impact. Just to give people a sense of that, before the cuts in UK aid, the aid budget in 2020 was $3.5 billion. So can Ronnie perhaps explain a little bit about ESG and what that means? What is it?
Yeah.
And a lot of us think about Silicon Valley when we think ESG.
Right, yeah, so that's understandable. So ESG essentially stands for environmental, social and good governance. Over 15 years ago, I think originally it stemmed from CSR, corporate social responsibility. So lots of companies would invest in healthcare, education, in most cases building infrastructures around those areas. Today, ESG, environmental, social, good governance. A lot of private sector companies, specifically that we work for at Invest Africa, work with, are looking to deploy capital into these areas. So environmental can be looking at things like renewable energy projects on the continent. Social could be looking at social infrastructure and social housing, healthcare, buildings, etc. And G is for good governance, so investing in ways to support governments in Africa to conduct themselves in a way that would attract investment, which is really vital. So as was mentioned, I'm the COO at Invest Africa. We've been operating it for 65 years. We work with 400 global companies. Our genesis was working with the UK government many years ago to support companies essentially who are looking to invest in the continent. Today what we do now is pretty much the same thing, but we help African governments, and that's an area of my expertise, to make sure that they can package themselves effectively so that they attract investment and the right investment. So ESG is a big topic. It's an area that most companies are interested in investing and deploying their capital, as I say. But I think, to pick up what Ibukan was saying earlier around the energy transition gap, a lot of companies have been investing in renewable energy projects. However, renewable energy is only just a small source or a small area in which individuals can have access to electricity. In actual fact, I think the deployment of capital actually needs to be happening in energy and transmission and distribution to allow people to have access to the grid. So we were talking about earlier how can companies, how can the civil society get more involved in investing in specific spaces, and I definitely think that that's one. CDC have been investing via GridWorks, I think it's around $600 million to invest in transmission and distribution, so to allow people to have access to the grid and to have access to cheap electricity. So that's just one area. Social infrastructure, as I say, DBSA, a DFI in South Africa, is investing in social housing in South Africa, and they're looking to roll this out across the continent. But they're just one DFI, so there needs to be huge concerted effort, from different parts of society, essentially, to invest in this space. And just to pick up what Ibukan was saying as well before, that in actual fact, with a population growth set to triple in Africa by 2100, so in 80 years' time, to 790 million people, a third of the world's population will reside in Africa. We need to ensure that these people have access to education, to jobs, and we really need to invest in capacity development. And we need to look at areas of growth on the continent and understand how to help people have those skills to actually get those jobs, instead of companies looking outside of the continent for people to work, essentially. And lastly, on good governance, I'll be quick.
That's fine.
It's a big area and it's a concerning area for many companies, especially those that have never invested on the continent. So I think the rise of digitalization in Africa has been a way in which we've been able to ensure that there's good governance practices. It limits illicit and counterfeit goods, and it allows for robust measures to be put in place at customs and excise as well. So I think there are lots of schemes and areas in which various organisations can get involved in investing in ESG, and I've just picked up a couple of those. But lastly, I'd also say that with the rise of social media, there has been, individuals and large swathes of society now questioning governments. So I think that, leaders of tomorrow and leaders who've been in power for a long time perhaps need to think carefully about how long they stay in power, because I think obviously with things like WhatsApp and Instagram and all of these other social media platforms, people are able to sort of interact more globally and question the rule of law. So good governance is definitely an area which leaders need to be mindful of.
Thank you for that. That's great. A quick follow-up question for Ibekin on this as well. And also, I'll bring Dom on this too. So there's a question here how HMG itself can get involved. So we were talking a little bit about the private sector and how the private sector has an interest in this with ESG. So ESG investing is being really driven by the private sector. The City of London is obviously a powerful engine of that. And maybe, Ibekin, you can comment a little bit about what the exchange is doing as well. But I think, and Dom, I'd love to bring you in on this. What is your thinking as to how HMG can get involved in this and try to be part of this? Because a lot of the questions that we're asking ourselves who sit in the private sector is what's next for HMG post-Brexit with the announcement of Global Britain? What does that mean practically? So your thoughts on that, I think, would be very helpful. Ibekin, can you jump in?
So, I mean, to your point directly, so the City of London has been doing quite a lot for quite a while in terms of ESG investing, and the London Stock Exchange had a group of index products, which are basically collective pool products where you could invest your capital ethically and responsibly through a series called FTSE for Good many, many years ago. But I think that investment practice has become a bit more sophisticated more recently, and markets have been developed to allow for a very, very large plethora of investment strategies, both for private capital, for retail investors, and for others. I think, to your point, what can government do to help support that? Well, I think, number one, there are two things. Domestically, there's the opportunity for government to continue to look at how to mobilise more capital into the UK capital markets, and that could be through things such as tax concessions and through other types of activity that are on the fiscal side. But internationally, London has a fantastic reputation still around the globe, in particular its ability to finance these types of investment opportunities and promoting the UK's financial services overseas, particularly with partner countries where the UK is looking to act more strategically, is a very, very vital part of UK government's role moving forward.
Thank you. Dom, do you have any thoughts on that?
I mean, the British government is talking up a very good game in relation to its commitments to Africa, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. But in reality, I think we've done one free trade agreement outside of the rollovers from the EU. And quite frankly, we've gone from commitments to best endeavours. We've weakened down the trade agreements we've done with a lot of our partners, which were part of the EU trade agreements. We see this in the East African community, where the Kenyan Free Trade Agreement, which is available to read, moves away from the EU commitments around aid for trade and has moved to language which is not committal. And that, for me, is the biggest concern. If we're standing up on the world stage and we're making demands and we're suggesting that people do the right thing, unfortunately, the money isn't necessarily flowing where the rhetoric comes. And I sympathise a lot with our ministers and the government we have, but there is continuous gaslighting around the facts of what we are dealing with in terms of making the right steps, the right sounds towards our partners, particularly in the Global South, and I think in relation to this conversation, particularly into Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa. We've heard a lot of comments and facts here around the fact that the population growth in Africa is exponential. But we also must remember that 8 out of 10 people in poverty will be in Sub-Saharan Africa. So to Veronica's points, we really need to start understanding where are the weak points now, where are societies going to collapse, where are societies going to fail. And we also need to look at the urbanisation of Sub-Saharan Africa, because we can identify Kenya or Nigeria as a country that's worth investing in, but actually it's the cities. When you step outside of Nairobi, when you step outside of Abuja, when you step outside of Accra, the poverty is through the roof, and the GDP collapses and the services that are being provided are collapsing. And I'm starting to see businesses not invest based on countries, they're investing based on the cities. How well do those cities work? What's the infrastructure like? But let's not forget, Africa is full of opportunity. It's easier to do business in Kenya, according to the Global Doing Business rankings, than it is to do business in Luxembourg or Italy. So the opportunities are there. And ultimately, what can the British government do to support this? I think, they're doing a lot of good work. They're very encouraging, but we are losing ground to the work of the Spanish we were talking about, the French, the Chinese, I'm sure, which we will come on to, where we have a government which is launching very green agendas, manufacturing technologies here in the UK. But where are those technologies enabled from? Ultimately, it is the rich soil that is in the ground of the Central African Republics, the DRC, the Angolas of the world, where Halo do a considerable amount of work, which is going to be crucial to delivering a green revolution here in Britain. And what are we going to do to make sure that the African nations are part of that revolution? We're hearing that the energy consumption from the renewables is going to be less than 2.5%, yet they have the resources and the ability to take it beyond that. Are we just going to take it out of the ground? Are we going to let others take it out of the ground unethically? What are we going to stand up and do as a country to make sure that we all get a fair share in this technological growth and the speed that we must apply to making the world not just a greener place, but a fairer place? And without Africa's level standing in that conversation, the world is not going to get better. We won't be making batteries in Britain for the Brits because someone else would have taken them, and we're going to be sitting in a society where we've got further inequality. Back to your first question, what can Her Majesty's government do? I think there's a lot, but actually businesses will drive that change before the government because they move at speed, whereas we have a juggernaut of a civil service which is unfortunately bogged down in the horrendous situation we're faced with in terms of COVID. I think there are things that can be done though. We have the Enterprise Investment Scheme. Why don't we start looking at the ethical investment schemes? Why are we giving people tax advantages where they might not employ any women in their business, might not have any diversity, and might be investing in businesses that are causing damage to planet and community? The Enterprise Investment Scheme, for those that you may not be familiar with it, gives you as a British taxpayer up to, and if it's an SEIS, a Special Enterprise Investment Scheme, you can get a 50% rebate on your income tax for any money you put in a business. So that is a direct rebate from the Treasury. But there is nothing in that guidance where the Treasury says if this is causing damage to planet or people, if this is not making sure that we have a level playing field, that women are getting paid the same amount of money as men, that we have a diverse representation of employees on the organisation, that the company is not causing horrendous disaster to your communities. There's nothing in there that says that. So you can get an income tax relief. So when are we going to, there's simple changes that this government can start to move forwards with to really demonstrate that it will give you a tax advantage if you are here to support businesses that do good, businesses that do good in Africa, businesses that do good for you, your planet and your community, as opposed to giving people advantages without asking the questions of what the results are. And I think these are debates that we need to start having and digging down into the detail where we still, I know the British government is saying it's no longer going to subsidise coal and oil and various other areas, but it continues to subsidise areas in which we know there is still damage being done to society. And I think I'll finally say, on the topics of ESGs, which we'll debate more, there is still a lot of tick box exercise. So if you want to comply with the Modern Day Slavery Act, you can write one sentence on your website and you've complied. Does that make you ethical? Does that make you knowledgeable of the impact of modern day slavery? Whereas some companies will have 300 pages of policies around modern day slavery. So what does it mean? The largest glove manufacturer in the world has been banned from selling its goods in America because it's been identified that they have slave labour. Yet they comply with the Modern Day Slavery Act. They've ticked that box. So we were relying on NGOs, the goodwill of people and organisations, to go in and dig and get to the bottom of the issues to see that they weren't complying, that they were employing people under modern day slavery. So ESGs, and as we see, 750 billion committed, is that 750 billion committed to people that tick boxes? Or is it 750 billion committed to people that are going to dig and dive down into the issues and understand, have they gone above and beyond? Because one thing I want to close with saying, just on these remarks, is that just because it is legal today does not mean it's going to be legal tomorrow. And this is what we have to remember. As we invest in Africa, as we invest in communities, we have to go with our best foot forwards. When Ethiopia opened up to the world for manufacturing, a lot of people ran there because it was the cheapest labour cost in the world. That, for me, was not good for Africa. That's not good for people, it's not good for citizens of this planet. So how do we make sure that as Africa continues to open up and investments continue to rise, are people making investments for the right decisions? Yep. And if we're going there for a $35 labour cost, that is, for me, is not a good investment. And it should not be encouraged. So, there's a lot to debate about making sure it's right. And luckily we have a very esteemed panel here which are experienced in this as well. So hopefully we can get some answers by the end.
Yeah, you've asked a lot of questions. That's my job.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. There's a lot to unpack here. But I think, and this is not doing justice to your remarks, but I think one of the things that comes across is there are gaps, right? So we have a private sector in the City of London, essentially an engine, but it needs to gap into what's going on the ground in places like Africa and the Global South more generally. We have a government who's not entirely sure what Global Britain means. There's a gap there between the government and also, I think you've mentioned, and rightfully so, that regulation is behind. So the regulation needs to catch up, that the laws need to catch up, but the government needs to catch up as well. But if these gaps are met, then potentially you have an engine for Global Britain, which could be quite interesting. But I think one of the things you've mentioned, I'd like to bring Camille into this conversation as well, because in many ways Camille sits on the civil society side of this. So you've talked a bit about the fact that civil society has in fact uncovered some of these issues. And Camille, I know you and I have spoken quite a bit about the importance of Halo Trust being on the ground and also in London as well, so providing a bridge between what's going on in the ground in places like Angola and Afghanistan. But it would be interesting to get your view in terms of the bridge between civil society, the private sector, and the government.
Thanks, Catherine. And I have to say, I'm slightly in awe in a way, because I'm certainly no finance expert. It's one of these situations where you go, wow, what a privilege to be next to all of you guys and to have sort of friends and colleagues like you that we learn so much from. And where does Halo come from in this? What does a landmine charity know about impact investing and innovative finance and how to leverage that? Well, I think the issue is we're looking at it from the issue base. We're looking at what are the issues and the problems that we encounter within our sector, and what are the opportunities out there that we should explore, and not being afraid to ask questions and find great people like you guys to ask the questions and find out what we don't know and don't understand. So looking at mine clearance, the global mine clearance sector has a gap of over $1 billion to achieve to complete clearance of all landmines in countries where conflicts have already finished, sometimes finished 30 or 40 years ago, and people still can't use their land because it's still contaminated by landmines. They've still got a daily risk of that. We know we can quantify that issue, we can quantify that problem, but what we can't do is, what the sector has failed to do so far, is to find that missing 1 billion. Now, Ibukin presented some fantastic figures at the beginning. We're looking at actually the opportunities and what other sources of finance are available. In our sector, 70% of our current funding comes from 5 government donors alone. And we can't just keep going back to the same 5 government donors and asking them for more money every year, please. We know that's not going to happen. And we've seen cuts in UK aid this year. And so we need to think differently about it. And actually, we think that the onus, and there is a responsibility of civil society and NGOs to go looking for that, to go asking the questions and trying to understand the things that you don't know, not to expect the status quo to return, not to want to go back to the way things were last year or the year before when the budget was better, because that's easy, but to actually chase down something that might be a little bit more complicated but better. So looking at Angola, for example, impact investment we see as one of the really, really crucial sort of solutions to completing clearance of all landmines in Angola. But we don't just want to look at it as an issue of let's complete clearing all the landmines in Angola, but why is that related to all the other issues that my fellow panelists have raised today? How is that interlinked with conservation and climate change and the economic diversification of the country? How is that interlinked with trade and prosperity, agricultural diversification? That's where we see ourselves, and I think there's a tremendous opportunity for impact investing to be able to bridge those gaps. We're treated in sort of NGOs, there tends to be this disconnect between international government donors, bilateral donors. It's very siloed. I hate the word siloed, but it is. We're treated like, okay, you're the landmine people, they're the agriculture people. We had a fantastic presentation earlier on malnutrition. You know, they're the nutrition people. They don't actually connect us. We're not told to talk to each other, to connect the different avenues of funding and opportunities, and to understand the bridges between our different activities. So we've got to do that ourselves, and I think we've got to do that through different forms of finance, and that this is one of the opportunities that impact investing could bring us. I think, I mean, I could talk a lot more, Catherine, to the specifics of how we're doing that in Angola. I don't know if that's where you want to go.
Yeah, I think it would be useful. In many ways, and Iba can also jump in here a little bit. How do you get the private sector involved in something like this? So we talked a little bit about, so it will cost 200 million to demine Angola. So how does the private sector get involved? Is there a profit involved with that? How do donors then get involved as well? Because a lot of what we'd like to do is really set a bit of a roadmap for people to explain how we can get these $1 trillion, for example, of illicit financial flows, back into the system and providing support to the poorest. Or how do we get these assets that people in London potentially could have and could invest in? So I think, a little bit more would be good.
So on this, as you say, in Angola, we're looking at roughly 200 million to complete that clearance of all landmines in Angola. And we're looking at an impact bond model, as Catherine mentioned earlier. And to make that impact bond work, we effectively need sort of 5 key components, really. The impact investors, first and foremost. The impact investors are, and I think Iba could maybe talk more to this about where exactly we can draw that from, but the impact investors they front up the capital. They front up the capital to be involved in this activity. There is certainly an ESG component of that, but also they receive a return on their investment. And we're open and honest that, we accept that there is going to be a return, often between about 8 to 12%, depending on the structure and the way in which the payments are processed. But they're the ones bearing the risk, and they will receive their return once results and measured outcomes have been achieved. What you also need is an outcome payer to guarantee, and they're the ones that will repay that initial investment with interest. But the benefit for that outcome payer is that they're effectively buying a completed product. The funding's not coming in until the activity has been completed and the outcomes have been achieved, measured and verified. And so it's reducing the risk, and there is an opportunity there for government donors to do that as well, and also defer payment by being that outcome payer. Then you need the impact providers, the service providers such as Halo or other NGOs in country who are delivering that activity, and the investments are dispersed to them to deliver the activity. Once that's completed, the fourth party in my list is the sort of third-party verifier. And then we need to verify that the activities have been conducted as planned, but not only that they have met some pre-agreed outcomes. So everybody sits down at the start of this and pre-agrees what the outcomes are going to be. These get verified by a third party. And then that process of repayment with interest can take place. The final, and I think really key component of this, I mentioned 5, is actually we need something that convenes that in the middle. We need a sort of board that brings all of that together. In the example of Angola and mine clearance in Angola, the Angolan government, obviously. We need to work to their national plan. We need to support their national strategy. They're the ones that know exactly how much is needed every year and where to and who the best service providers in country would be to deliver that to. So we can't possibly do this without the involvement and of the effective government and they're working towards their national strategy.
Great. And one of the things you've mentioned, which is quite important, is the government involvement and also the community involvement, as Dom has mentioned before. So I think one of the historical criticisms of aid, it's been very top-down. And Ibukin, I know you and I have talked about the importance of sort of government involvement and also prosperity models. And I think that fits in as well with some of the questions that are asked often. So why should, for example, the UK government be involved? And why is this important? And there's a trade element to this as well, because it unleashes and unlocks capital that can come back up to the UK. But maybe, can you speak a little bit about prosperity agendas?
Yeah, I think just actually, before I maybe mention something about prosperity agenda, just taking on Don's point with regards to the private sector moving faster than government. I mean, the reality is that there is enough capital out there today to not only fund the land mining project, but several others. If you have a look today at the United Nations Principles for Responsible Investing, so this is a group of investors who have now subscribed to UN's various covenants around how you invest in an impact manner. There's something like 3,000 individual global organizations. So Norges Bank, CalSTR's the largest pension fund in the US, pension funds in the UK who've signed up, and they have assets under management of over $103 trillion. Now that is several times the size of the global economy. So there is the money out there. The issue is about how to really create the investment opportunity for these types of investors. So although, and here's a bit of trickery which I'll unveil to you all, although they claim not to be worried about the financial return and de-emphasizing that, they actually do want something back. And what they want are the peripheral benefits. So if you're doing landmines and you're clearing landmines, it's creating carbon credits. They want the credits so they can trade those on the market. They want up to 14 different types of nature-based credit, which will come from a line mining type credit, type initiative. I had a fabulous conversation with a gentleman yesterday from a company called Regen, which is a farm regeneration company which maps out using AI technology how farms can come back to being naturally disposed and effectively taking away all the things that we put in, such as fertilizers and other things, and replacing them with what the natural terrain needs. And again, the investors are not investing into projects like that, where the yield in terms of both crop and financial yield is there until they see these peripheral benefits. So it's vastly important that the private sector is made aware of the additional capabilities. Then you can bring government in, because government can hopefully legislate and hopefully create the right enabling environment.
Excellent. So, but in the context of government, one of the things that we've been talking about, particularly post-COVID, is governments are back. Right? So it is in many ways a new or rebalancing for national governments with healthcare infrastructure potentially being woefully underprovided for, with sort of infrastructure more generally being increasingly important. And one of the things, Ronnie, I know you and I have been talking about is the African Continental Free Trade Area and the importance of that, because we've been talking a lot about investment, particularly inward investment, but I think having the national government piece and also having the regional piece as part of this conversation is very important. I don't know what your views are on it and how it's developing. Do you see this as a potential counterweight, for example, to what's going on in the global north around trade?
Yes, so thank you, Catherine. And may I just say quickly, really delighted to be on this panel with such a great number of speakers here and such a wealth of knowledge. And I'm so delighted, having spent 18 years in this space, specifically on Africa, that finally we have a conversation with private sector, civil society, London Stock Exchange Group, Dominic, it's high time that we actually had this opportunity to actually discuss what we know and share our information with the wider public.
And no disagreements.
No disagreements there, no. But around AFCFTA, so the African Continental Free Trade Area, I personally was very excited when this came around. It was ratified last year. It's exciting. It could be a game changer, and I say could be because there are 55 countries on the continent that they have to coordinate essentially to create Africa as a trading bloc with the rest of the world. So the potential is huge, and the cross-border trade opportunities are vast. I can speak from personal experience, having run my dad's business. He runs a manufacturing business in East Africa, and for him it's very vital that things like forex exchange and things like that are very important to a growing business in a region. The African Continental Free Trade Area, I think, will have some challenges before it. It's been ratified, but it's the implementation, I think, will be the key to actually making it work. As I say, there's so many countries to look at and make sure that they're all kind of singing from the same hymn sheet. It's exciting from the point of view that there's the opportunities for job creation, and there's the opportunities for skilled labour to move around the continent. But I think, ultimately, it's all about encouraging individual countries to look at how they can become experts in specific fields. So in Ghana, for example, they grow cocoa, and I know more recently the head of state has said that he isn't going to export the cocoa anymore. He wants to process that in country and have his own manufacturing plants. And I think that's really very key to ensuring that there's capacity development in country and providing those necessary jobs for, as we've said, for a growing population in the next few years. Speaking from a personal point of view, once again, I started in this space. I started in the Africa space because I had a passion and a desire to ensure that there were access to jobs for those I knew on the continent and for family and friends that I knew were out there. And when I was about 14, I remember going out to Kenya with my mum to a supermarket and seeing Kenko on the shelves. And my mum was about to pick it out, and then she kind of shook her head, and I said, what's the problem? Is it not the variety that you like? And she said, it's just ridiculous because I have to pay £8 for this jar of coffee, which is grown about 10 miles up the road, but actually it's being processed outside of the country in the UK and then repackaged and sent back to Kenya, and Kenko, Kenya coffee. Not to dumb it down, because I actually do have plenty of Kenko jars, my husband can attest to that, at home. But I think it's important just to bring that point home, is that actually we need to make sure that we have processing plants in regions. And it's not just about the African Continental Free Trade Area, they're actually regional blocks. So there's East African Community, ECOWAS, which is in West Africa, and SADC. And I think we talked about the UK government, they need to work far more in sync with these regional blocks to understand what the issues are in those blocks before looking at Africa as a whole. And also look at those country development plans that Camille mentioned earlier. Each year, each government in Africa will set out its national development plan, and they list their key areas of investment, manufacturing, agriculture, and so forth. And we need to be looking at that as a way to say, okay, let's look at what they need and how can we support them. There needs to be a conversation with Africa in the conversation. I think that's a vital point to make as well. So yes, the African Continental Free Trade Area, in summary, I think will be a force for good, but I think there's a lot of work there still to be done to make sure that it works well.
Excellent. So, Ibrahim, I think you had a...
Thanks,
There's agreement from the floor. Ibrahim, if you want to also say, and we'll also ask for questions from the audience as well.
I just wanted to reinforce one of the points that Veronica made just now, which is the fact that the African Development Bank have done a study in terms of the impact of $1 invested, so foreign direct investment invested into the manufacturing sector versus the oil and gas sector. And for every $1 invested, you will get 17 times more jobs created in the manufacturing sector than you will in the fossil fuel sector. So your point with regards to manufacturing in the continent is hugely important. particularly one in terms of job creation and skills growth and those things that are currently absent. So I agree.
Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, so we're also getting some questions from the floor. I have to say my eyes are terrible, so if I've skipped your question, it's because it's too small. So one of the questions, how can innovative finance be used to bridge different sectors to, for example, mine clearance and agricultural development? I think, Camille, that's one for you. The question I'd like to ask Dom as well, just to come in on that in terms of the practicalities of sort of building in or developing not only agriculture but also manufacturing in the global south. How does that help the UK? But Camille, maybe you could answer the question.
Sure. Yeah, thanks for that question. As I alluded to earlier, but without giving the specifics, we're currently receiving through bilateral aid, through our traditional donors, funding for 4 different purposes from different pots. So we're looking at innovative finance, the impact bond model as one example that we've discussed, to try and bring together funding that comes from those different sources and say, okay, you're interested in both clearing landmines and agricultural development, so why not pool your funding together into this one pooled pot? Ultimately, that would create economies of scale and remove some of the overheads and the structures involved in those. So through an impact bond, you could end up attracting 2 different types of donors. You could have 2 outcome payers, 2 governments, or different interested investors all pooling into the same thing. And then it also enforces, it makes the NGOs work together in country. It makes even the different, say, Angolan government departments work together on that. And you've got a joint plan that goes from minefields through to lovely fields of coffee beans.
I mean, to your point and to your question, Catherine, and what Camille was saying, I'd like to highlight the work that you've done in Somaliland, which is bustling with investment now, because the Halo Trust were able to demine Somaliland. And the moment they got those risks out of the ground and got communities engaged, massive investment went into the port in Berbera, big investment into one-stop border posts on the Togwajale border crossing between Somaliland and Ethiopia. You have the Hargeisa and Berbera corridor now, of which trucks are moving up and down. They were not doing that before Halo came along. Not only that, Trademark East Africa, the UK's flagship Aid for Trade programme, is now operating in Somaliland, working with the customs agents, the digitisation of the ports, how goods are coming in and how goods are going out. We're now seeing opportunities for light manufacturing. So, Dubai World Ports has invested hundreds of millions. CDC is, I think, committing to 30 million of investment. This is a region that has peace. This is a region which is still, has a legacy and continues to have issues with landmines, but Halo are working at pace to overcome that. And businesses have turned up and investments have been made, jobs have been created, and we're bringing stability to the Horn of Africa, which, as we know, not much stability currently exists. And that was simply because Halo went in there and started getting those mines out of the ground. And that's where, if investors can get on early, if we can structure things in the right way, why can we not have more examples of Somaliland? And I just also want to say, back to the manufacturing, Catherine, following on from there. Some of you might be wondering, what's Dominic doing sitting here? What does Dominic do? I created 6,000 jobs in Kenya in less than 18 months. My business was doing $50 million a year of exports in less than 2 years. And that was because the infrastructure had been well thought through, the manufacturing processes, the customs clearances, the ports, a lot of that work also done by organisations like Trademark East Africa. I now have a business in Ghana. I've been there 2 years, and not for the great business environment that Ghana offers and the fantastic people and the expertise, but I've only been able to create 600 jobs and do about $10 million of export. And this is because they haven't had that investment into their trade the same way that the East African community has, picking up on what Veronica was saying. I have operations in Benin. It's impossible. It's so hard to work between Ghana and Benin, neighbouring countries. So there's so much work to be done in these regional hubs of which Veronica's talking about to make manufacturing work. Kenya got a lot of investment. It continues to get a lot of investment. But, day-old chicks, 50,000 of them are dying at border posts or getting killed because the paperwork's wrong. That used to happen between Kenya and Tanzania. It doesn't happen anymore. Goods are moving, the cost of transport is going down, trade is happening. To make that roll out across the rest of the community, we have to make it possible for manufacturing to move, goods to move. I'm in Ghana because it's quicker to America, but it takes 2 weeks to clear in the port. So what's the point of being nearer to America than Kenya? Right? So these are the challenges that we face. So to get manufacturing moving, creating those jobs, the red tape has to be removed.
Understood. There was a question here. I think you've more or less answered it, but there's probably the final piece to the puzzle, which is, two questions. How does it improve the lives of people in these countries? So that's the first question. I know, Camille, you had mentioned the fact that often with Halo Trust, once the mining is complete, often farmers will move back into the land even before the certification has been complete. And the second question is, how does it improve trade? And there's an embedded question here, which is, how does it improve the UK? I think this is an important one, and one we'll end on. I think at this point we're probably more or less out of time.
I will be quick. How does it benefit Britain? I've touched upon this. We want a green revolution. Who are our partners in that green revolution? It's African countries. It's our friends in Africa. What does that mean for the Treasury? Well, if British businesses invest in Africa, and they invest ethically, because doing good is good business, that creates jobs, creates thousands of jobs. So we've brought stability to a part of the world which we owe a duty to bring stability to. At the same time, we're bringing in tax revenues for those host countries where we're investing. And at the same time, the British businesses that are investing are going to be paying more tax to the Treasury. And the consumer here in the UK is going to get their goods cheaper, is going to get that green revolution, and is going to, hopefully, maybe their tax bill will come down because British businesses are paying more tax. I'm sure that bit won't happen, but ultimately, British businesses succeeding, we have to do it hand in hand. And we have to do it ethically. And Veronica's the expert in this space. She's working in more countries than I am. Seeing this, it is good for Britain. Via Zoom. But it is very good for Britain. Coffee. Where's it coming from? Ethiopia, Kenya. But they should be producing it in Kenya. Why are we sending it to Italy to roast? Why can't we roast it in Nairobi or Addis? It'll probably taste even better, right? It's going to be fresher to the source. So these are the things that the British public or
supply chains, I think,
definitely something. Ronnie, you can have the final word on this.
No. I was just going to say, I think supply chain is key to Africa's growth story, making sure that we support that, and also I think infrastructure development is vital. We've talked about COVID at the beginning, and I think it's one thing to have the vaccines, but actually it's the road networks, it's the haulage, it's the refrigerated trucks. We haven't thought about these things, and if we bring the vaccines in, how are we going to get it to the provincial areas? And something that occurred to me the other day, in fact I should really make my millions from this idea, is that Coca-Cola has been doing business on the continent for years and years. I mean, I don't want to guess, but a long time. But they've got one of the best supply chain networks in the world. You can find Coca-Cola in almost any village in any part of Africa. Why are we not looking at them as a source of, mobilizing and moving these vaccines to the areas that need it? Currently, Africa is under, its second, third wave. If we don't start addressing that now, we're not going to be able to do all of these business interactions that we're talking about today. So I think we need to start talking to people that are already doing this properly and correctly and supporting them, and having that conversation. Coca-Cola, ring me, please.
Vicky and Camille, any last words?
No.
You're good. All right, very good. Thank you. Thanks very much to the audience for spending time with us. It was a very enlightening session. Thanks very much to the panel. We'll be around afterwards if you have any questions for us. So thank you.